This time it's in the air and just into that gap there, just forward of point, and Richards would earn himself 2 runs, looking for 3, and Kalicharan has to hustle. He gets through in the end.
Good running there, but a bit uppishly, as they would say, from Richards, but he picked the gap well. I think maybe the bounce of Shannon Gabriel just rising on him a little bit, but I think he had the width to work with as well. It wasn't a delivery that was cramping him, it was a delivery where he had a little bit of width. And we'll see Kalicharan for the first time.
Yeah, you're quite correct there, Andrew. The bounce did Richards on that occasion, certainly. And that's when Shannon Gabriel can do at pace as well. He can't get the ball to nip around. He can't get it to jump a bit. He's not someone who's going to swing the ball in the air. He gets it to move off the pitch.
So they maintain the fine leg for Kalicharan while they have a mid-wicket and a mid-on in place on the leg side. 2 slips. Feel that point. Extra cover and mid-on.
Kalicharan would know a lot about Shannon Gabriel. With the Red Force team in the past, he would have played for the Red Force team as well. So he would know a lot about Shannon Gabriel. In local cricket, he would have played against him many occasions, with him as well. So it's good to see Kalicharan as well getting the opportunity with the combined campuses and colleges team. I really like the introduction of Navin Bidesi in that team as well, and a lot of youngsters, Matthew Ford as well. Down the leg side this time. Good work there by Joshua De Silva, who would be in the land of the kangaroo very soon. Andrew Chan, Australia.
On to that one. What do you think of Shannon's movement to the crease so far? I think he's still looking a little bit stiff, Visham. I mean, it might be that he needs an over or 2 to loosen up. His line and length isn't quite right. I know he's been working very hard on his fitness, as you would see from his social media posts. He's always in the gym and he's always working on things. But he doesn't look as smooth or as rhythmic as you would expect or as you would hope him to be.
Yeah, not the most fluent of run-up just yet. And we'll have to wait and see how he goes through his spell. Yeah, he is again. That's a better line, a better length there from Shannon Gabriel, hitting the deck hard. And Kalicharan solid in defence.
Well played by Kalicharan, because that one, it was back of a length, came in a little bit. And Kalicharan, I like how he played that underneath his eyes. There's no extravagant movement. He let the ball come onto the bat and just played that easily down into the onside.
And that's a sign of great openers, Andrew. You've seen the Babar Azams, the Muhammad Rizwan, Caden Williams is not an opener, but he bats at number 4 position as well. You know, these guys play the ball very late. Gabriel. This one tailing into the right-hander, and Kalicharan looked as though, his reaction tells me that he thought that he missed out there, Kirsten Kalicharan, but that completes the second over. 5 runs coming off it. It's 17 without loss. Richards has done the bulk of the run scoring for the CCC just far. He's on 14.
Yeah, and a good recovery there by Gabriel after that first over that went for 12 runs. Still a little bit loose, still a little bit not hitting his straps as nicely as he would like to. And it seems that the experimentation with the Akil Hussain to open the bowling has ended with that first over, and we'll see space from the other end. Young Jaden Seals, one of the brightest futures in West Indies cricket, coming on to bowl right now. And he's a gentleman that has a very smooth and rhythmic action when you compare to Shannon Gabriel at any level.
Yeah, he runs through the crease nicely. Yeah, he is Jaden Seals, the young man who has really burst onto the international scene and has made it his own, Andrew.
And immediately on his mark there, delivery just outside the line of the off-stump, rising. Demario Richards looks a very compact player.
Look at how much cricket he has played, Jaden Seals, and tell you what, this young man is just 21 years of age, and he has done so much already in his career. Now he's here. He's bowling for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the Super 50 Cup. He's opened the bowling in Test cricket for the West Indies. He's played in the Lankan Premier League across in Sri Lanka. Played for the Trinidad Tobago Knight Riders as well in the CPL. He's played so much cricket. Here he is with his second delivery of his spell. Good line, good length there. Richards quietly leaves that one alone.
I've been genuinely impressed with the emergence of Jaden Seals and Josh Da Silva, because it seems like they have their heads screwed on pretty tightly. They know what they're about, and they're dedicated to their working out of the game and getting better. I mean, Anil Lakan here could give us a better insight, because he knows them a little bit better. But genuinely, what you see on social media and when they're interacting with persons.
This time he's fending at one there. He's slashing hard. And that looks as though it's going to be the approach of Richards. He looks as someone who's a no-nonsense player. He's going to take on the bowling. He's not afraid to do so.
Well, of course, these first overs, they want to take advantage of this as much as they can. Again, the combined campuses and colleges, and of course Dinesh Ramdin, their skipper, would keep them well aware that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting lineup is a strong one as well.
Batting lineup is strong, and the bowling lineup is strong as well. Here Seals again. And he's bowled him! The first wicket falls here for the CCC. Jaden Seals, the man bowling. The Mario Richards. And tell you what, that looks to be a big wicket. And that starts things here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, there was no foot movement at all from Richards from that shot. He just seemed to fling his bat at that one. Got a little bit of a bottom edge and that cannon into the stumps. First blood to Seals. And you can see that he was building a bit of that pressure, because he had 4 dot deliveries before that, and they were varying deliveries that had the batsman playing, had the batsman fending.
Yeah, loose shot there from Mario Richards, and he has been stretching at some of those deliveries. There was Seals just pitching that one a bit closer. He was looking for that shot just to punch it off the back foot, and in the end just coming back in a bit to him, taking the inside edge. Here's that delivery again. And there he was, castled. All ends up was the Mario Richards, and the trademark celebration from Jaden Seals. One finger goes into the air, and off you go, Sonny says.
I think he had every right to play a shot at that ball, but I think if he had tried to place it, open the face, and just push it through the covers, maybe get a single or two, as opposed to trying to that healthy heave that he had there.
Well, again, extra bounce from the surface. From Jaden Seals this time. We saw it from Shannon Gabriel in the previous over. Now Seals getting the ball to lift on the batsman.
Ronnie Bikram Das has the new batter coming in as Xavier Burton.
Yeah, Xavier Burton, I saw him warming up earlier, and he looked pretty solid.
Similar build to Roston Chase, but of course Roston Chase is off in Antigua with Zone B of this CG United Super 50.
Good comparison there. Stifled appeal from the men from the Red Force. Not out, says the umpire. Certainly going down the leg side there, Andrew.
But that delivery sort of shows why Jaden Seals is such a bright star, because he has a bit of swing about him as well. Not something that we associate with West Indies bowlers. We can look at this one here as it tails in a little bit. You can see that sharp dipping in movement in. It's slightly badly aligned.
Yeah, starting a bit too straight there, Jaden Seals. Here he is again. This time another appeal. And the umpire nods in denial of it. That completes a very good over from Jaden Seals. And that is also earned the Red Force team their first wicket. It's 17 for 1.
A wicket maiden from Jaden Seals, and this is exactly what you expect from this young man, and he continues to shine. And again, once again, we see this adjustment here. This one pitching full, but just coming back into the batsman, tailing down the leg side a little bit. No chance of a LBW. Joshua Da Silva behind the stumps there, supporting his boy through and through.
getting a bit excited, and why wouldn't you be excited when Super 50 cricket is back up and running, Andrew Chan, and also when your team has earned their first wicket off the tourney. And as a player, you must be G'd up when you're picked for the national team, and you have the opportunity, Andrew, to play in a tournament of such stature, and a tournament that gives you an opportunity to write your names into the books of the selectors.
Most definitely. I mean, I was thinking about the makeup of these teams, and to me, I was a little disappointed to see that there weren't more under 19, under 21 cricketers coming off the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It's the same names over and over, and I would like to see some of those young players blooded. Of course, that's what they're trying to do with the combined campuses and colleges team and the West Indies Players Academy. But I still think that some of these fellows, we need to get more of the younger fellas coming in and playing more of these games, so that they get accustomed to playing at this sort of level and moving up.
Well, speaking about breeding youngsters, Andrew, tell you what, I'm very happy to see a West Indies Academy team being used in this tournament as well. It gives the youngsters the opportunity. The likes of Teddy Bishop, Kirk McKenzie, Keegan Simmons, Kevin Wicker, Marky Morgeist, all of these guys, and that's just to name a few. Leonardo Julian, Joshua James from Tobago as well. It's good to see these guys getting the opportunity. And what adds to the development of the youngsters as well is this CCC team. This brings in a lot of youngsters into this tourney as well. So speaking about the development of youngsters, that's a good ploy to get these two units into this tournament.
No, I don't disagree with you, but I think it's something that personally I want to see. Like in the 4-day series, why don't we have a Trinidad and Tobago A team and a Trinidad and Tobago B team, which is mixed of all the players. So yes, you have some of your Jason Mohammeds and your Imran Khan, but you have them along with some of the under 19 and under 21 players. You do the same thing with Jamaica. You do the same thing for Barbados. You extend the format. You get more games in the tournament, and then more players get an opportunity to play, as opposed to the same regular players coming up all the time. And yes, they're very worthy of being on the national squads, but then other younger players aren't getting the opportunity to perform.
Well, here's Shannon Terry Gabriel, and he has Kalicharan driving outside the off stump. That's a good delivery at pace as well. Just holding its line though. Maybe a fall shot there from Kirsten Kalicharan.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't Kalicharan turned on for Canada as well?
He played in a youth tournament across in Canada,
so,
correct?
So I mean that's another thing we have to look out for. If we're not nurturing these young players, then we're going to get a brain drain, a talent drain. Because I mean, of course, with all the Premier Leagues popping up around the world, T20 bashes and T10s of the sorts.
There's Gabriel again, down the leg side. Yes, Andrew?
Yeah, so all these, we need to nurture these players to send them into the right realms, whether it be white ball cricket or red ball cricket for the West Indies. I mean, the West Indies has to be the be-all and end-all of what we're trying to achieve. Gabriel's still very wayward here. He has to thank Joshua De Silva for not sending him down for 4 wides, because that one was very, very wayward, that previous delivery.
Yeah, 2 deliveries like that already from Shannon Gabriel. Deliveries that he's been starting a bit too straight, and he has to thank De Silva as well, of course. This time again, very full there from Shannon Gabriel. Kalicharan looking to drive loosely, and no foot movement there whatsoever.
I'm still not happy with how Shannon is approaching the crease. I mean, you compare to Jaden Seals, and Jaden Seals runs full tilt, full pelt into the crease. There seems to be a bit of a stutter here by Shannon. He's not landing strongly on his feet, and there's a bit of a pause before he reaches that popping crease. And striving probably maybe a little too hard for those full deliveries, maybe those full Yorkers as what he wants to hit.
When we'll have a look at that run up here again, as Andrew is speaking about. Yes, he's certainly slowing down as he approaches the crease. This one whipped away off the hips. And Kalicharan, well, actually, just taking the leg guard of Kalicharan, and that's a leg by. But again, Shannon Gabriel straying in his line, and you're right, Andrew. You can see just that stutter as he approaches the crease.
Yeah, he's not running full tilt, full pelted. But Shannon in particular is a rhythm bowler. So I feel like maybe by the third or fourth over, he might start hitting his mark if he's trying to get that. But then of course you hit your stride in the third or fourth over, and then the captain takes you off because you have to come back to bowl the last. You have to come back to bowl the last 10 overs in the 40th to 50.
Yeah, definitely. You may very well see someone like a Shannon Gabriel looking to close off the inning, so you'd want to hold him back a bit. But I tend to differ with captains when they take a bowler that is doing very well off, normally when they're opening the bowling. But yes, you want to rest your opening bowlers as well. But when they're up and running and doing work for you, getting wickets, you don't want to take that momentum off them. Here's Gabriel. And I really like that comparison you made, Andrew Chan, with Ruston Chase and good old Xavier Burton. I really like that comparison. I can see a lot of Chase in his approach as well.
What do you think of the overall makeup of the Red Force team? I'll read them out for you. So it's, of course, Nicholas Puran, Sunil Narine, Joshua De Silva, Evan Lewis, who isn't playing today, Akil Hussain, Anderson Phillip is in the wings as well, Darren Bravo, Imran Khan, not playing today, Jason Mohammed out there, Jaden Seals.
This time Burton drives sweetly through the covers for 4. Elegance from the right-hander, and the score goes up by 4 to 23 for 1.
That one sat up beautifully for him. A little bit of width there from Gabriel offered, and the batsman was able to free his arms. He's batting on a leg stump guard here, so by the time he stepped across there into the middle and off stump line, and that ball did not rise a lot at all, so he was able to just smack that through the covers. Running through his lineup, right, so Jaden Seal, Jeremy Solozano, who's not playing today either, Jid Gooley, who is out today, Kari Pierre, not playing today either, Keon Otley, Mark Dial, not playing, Shannon Gabriel, Terence Hines didn't make the final level, and Yannick Karaya.
So I'm full again, and good stop there at second slip by Jason Mohammed. That completes the 4-23 for the loss of 1. The man to go, Demario Richards. He was bowled of the bowling of Jaden Seals comprehensively, looking to punch a ball off the back foot. It took the inside edge, went onto the stumps. Unfortunate dismissal for him, but he had to walk back. The score 23 for 1. CCC, after being sent in by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force skipper after he won the toss. That's Nicholas Puran.
Yeah, so your thoughts on the Red Force squad for this tournament?
It's certainly a dominant setup on paper. The likes of the experienced Sunil Narine, Shannon Gabriel, Akil Hussain, Jason Mohammed, all of these guys, even Darren Bravo, can't take his name off the experience list. And it's also mixed with a good crop of youngsters like Jid Gooley, who is no force to be reckoned with as well, and Jaden Seals, Mark Dial. I'm happy to see these guys in the setup. So it's a good mixture of youth and senior players, and I think it's a dominant setup on paper. It's all about going out there now on the field of play and putting their work to show. Here's Jaden Seals with his second over. He's bang on target.
I do like the Trinidad and Tobago team as well. I think they might be a pacer short because they have 3 pacers, Shannon Gabriel, Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, who are all quality. But I think there is an opportunity for another one. Maybe I think Uthman Mohammed or something like that.
Maybe Anthony Lewis,
yeah,
left arm seamer.
Exactly. Yes, that's a brilliant call. Add some dimension to the attack, because you see, I think it's with one of the squads, I think it might be the Windward Islands. They have Preston McSween, they have Obed McCoy, they have Shimon Lewis, and Preston McSween and Obed McCoy, 2 good left-handers.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Certainly, a left-arm seamer is a trump card in your team. They can get the ball to move a bit, and they're always nagging the batsman, Andrew. Good left-arm seamers, that is. I think, certainly Anthony Lewis is someone the Red Force can look to. He's been in the setup the 4-day setup. He's played for the Trinidad Tobago Knight Riders in the recently concluded Caribbean Premier League. Anil Lakan would know a lot about Anthony Sharon Lewis.
No slips here for Jaden Seals. I think that's a mistake as he's only bowled a 1 wicket for maiden. Hurrying Kalicharan with that one, who was just able to squeeze that into the leg side for a single. Well played, you'd have to say, by the diminutive batsman.
He almost knocked off his feet there, Kirsten Kalicharan. He had to hurry on both ends. He had to hurry to get onto that delivery, and he had to hurry to get onto the other end. Here's that delivery again. Short rising on him. Was tailing into his body there. And in the end, not dealing with it all that well. Not convincingly. Getting some glove onto it. Luckily, it went down.
I thought he played it off his eyes, but it only got up to chest height.
Looks as though that's going to be the ploy to Kalicharan. Bowl short at him. It's a good delivery. I think he a bit too straight here, Jaden Seals, to the right-handers, you have to say. But again, he doesn't have the slips to work with, so you don't want to be bowling too wide outside the off stump. He has a third man, though, in Shannon Gabriel. And he has a man at deep backward square length. That's Sunil Narine. He's patrolling that area.
I think based on how Jaden Seals is bowling, at least one slip should have been in place.
I agree.
He's keeping his line, he's keeping his length, and you want to encourage him to try to get those nicks.
I agree with you there, Andrew.
But credit him for adjusting his line.
This time again. So just coming a bit outside the off stump now, Jaden Seals. And Burton looks a bit solid here. He's not someone who's afraid to stand up and play. And he looks solid. He's putting away the bad deliveries when Shannon Gabriel overpitched in the last over. He was able to put it away. Actually, it was Jaden Seals.
But back of a length is probably a good place to bowl to Burton because he's a little bit taller than Kalicharan. So a little bit fuller delivery. He has a bit of a longer reach.
Yeah, so just a correction. Yeah, it was Shannon Gabriel that he struck for 4 in the last over. As this over comes to an end, 5 overs bowled. It's 24 for 1 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That's the latest score in match number 3.
A fantastic over again here from Jaden Seals, proving why he is one of the brightest stars in the West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago cricketing world. Just 1 run from that over as well. So 1 for 1 of 2 overs. Slightly more expensive from his more senior compatriot Shannon Gabriel, who will be coming on to bowl his 3rd over on the trot now. And he has definitely been a little bit wayward here. But yet there's still a slip in place for Shannon Gabriel while there isn't one for Jaden Seals. Can you answer that one for me, Visham Lama?
What's that, Andrew? Kalicharan going to face up to Shannon Gabriel. This time down the leg side, and Kalicharan not being able to put that one away. Looks a bit disappointed there. He's having a word with Shannon Gabriel. Must be some rivalry between these Trini boys in the CCC camp. And of course, all of the Trinis in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Yeah, so 1 slip. That's looks to be Nicholas Puran.
Gabriel has to be really careful about straying on the leg side here because there's a lot of space on the leg side. There's just a fellow at fine leg and then just forward a square leg as well. So anything down the leg side, that's well played by Burton, rising on that one, just guiding it down to the 3rd man region.
Well, that was a very slow delivery there from Shannon Gabriel. That took a while to get up onto Xavier Burton. So maybe a slower delivery there from Shannon Gabriel. Maybe a bit tired there, Shannon. Who knows?
It still does show the nature of this pitch as well, that even that there is bounce, it's not unfriendly bounce.
Yeah.
It's playable bounce.
Yeah, as we said, there has to be some preparation moisture under that top layer of the track. Of course, in recent days, we would have seen a lot of rain in Trinidad and Tobago. It's that time of the year as well, Andrew Chan, where you'll see a lot of rain, and we would hope as cricket fans, cricket personnel being out here, and most importantly for the players, you don't want to see the weather changing from beautiful sunshine like this to torrential rainfall.
It's certainly ideal conditions for cricket here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And this is of course a day-night match in the sense that we will go on and we will be playing the second half on the light as well. Always a dramatic and lovely time to play cricket as well. And we look like we're in for a very good match today here. CCC up for this battle.
Certainly looks so. This time he's driving in the air there, Kalicharan, and just in front of Yannick Carrier at extra cover, dropping just short of him. Got an odd bounce as well, so Kalicharan was through for one, quickly spotting the opportunity and taking the quick single.
He seemed to be caught between two minds in terms of lofting that over and trying to play it on the ground. So I think a little bit of extra bounce maybe got to him, and so he didn't loft. He did neither really, but was able to get away with it. Just 2 of 12. So Kalicharan is clearly the one that the CCC are depending on to play that anchor role. Demario Richards started quite hot and sweaty, 6 off the first delivery.
Gabriel, 12 runs already in his 2. And it's edged this time and he's gone! Gabriel pitching that one up, got Burton driving. No real foot movement there from the tall Xavier Burton. All he was doing was driving at it loosely. It found the outside edge and into the gloves of the safe pair of hands of Joshua De Silva.
And finally, you can see the danger that Shannon Gabriel can cause when he gets a good delivery online. That delivery was there asking to be struck, but there was a little bit of movement away from it, from the batter, and that's what deceived Burton and had him swinging at that one. But a big wicket there for Shannon Gabriel. That will give him the world of confidence as the CCC slipped for 27 for 2 in the 6th over.
Well, Andrew, you mentioned one thing earlier, and that was the reach of Xavier Burton. Sometimes that reach can prove to be your demise as well. Sometimes when you have that reach, Andrew, you don't normally stretch that front foot. You just go with the hands. And when you go with the hands as well, you can fall over at times. And normally, if you go with the feet first, you have the control to play the shot. But if you have the reach, sometimes you think to yourself, I don't need to stretch the foot. I just stretch the arms and lean into the shot.
Well, of course that's a consideration in terms of batters where they know they have fast hands and they can react to those situations, but they don't react as quickly as they do. But you're quite right there in that respect that Mr. Burton did not use his feet at all to get close to anywhere close to that drive, which might have helped him out a little bit, give him a better anchor to push for that shot. As Jonathan Drakes comes to the crease at the number 4 position.
Yeah, Jonathan Drakes, another young right-handed batsman here for the combined campuses and colleges. He would have some work to do along with Kalicharan here, just to repair the innings a bit. 27 for 2 inside 6 overs. Shannon Gabriel getting his first wicket off his spell. Oh, an excellent delivery there from Gabriel. Fueled an appeal there from Puran and De Silva as he was on the floor. That completes 6, 27 for the loss of 2. Andrew, your thoughts on the first 6 overs thus far?
I would have said it was on as even, except for Gabriel taking that last wicket of Burton, because it seemed that after Richards had given that little bit of impetus, that Kalicharan and Burton were coming together to just steady the ship. My star for the first 6 overs has been Jaden Seals. He's bowled extremely well, just been 2 overs. But just 1 wicket for 1 run. Shannon Gabriel now starting to hit his stride, 1 for 12 off 3 overs, not too bad at all. And Akil Hussain with that unfortunate first over that went for quite a bit of runs. Certainly not the way that Red Force captain Nicholas Puran would have liked for that experiment to go. But this should be an interesting battle here to see how Kalicharan and Drakes deal with 2 pacers. who are very much at their top of their game.
I like this move from Purando, despite not having any slip, which I would have liked to see. He has closed the gap there between that backward point fielder and the extra cover fielder. They're a bit closer together. Kalicharan likes to play in that area. The cover fielder is very short. It looks to be Keon Otley. Jid Gully is at mid-off. Darren Bravo is at mid-on. Jason Mohammed at short mid-wicket. Carrier is at forward square leg. Sunil Narine is at deep backward square. And Shannon Gabriel, he's the man at third man.
Well, I think what Puran would be trying to encourage Aiden Seals is maybe bowl back of a length and see if he can get one to pop up a little bit of extra bounce and pace here to just jar the batter, just like that one. But maybe a little too short.
Yeah. Well, I would be interested to see if very soon, if Nicholas Puran does put a deep square leg and left, he would leave Sunil Narine there at a deep backward square leg and puts a deep forward square leg maybe as well. If, Kalicharan does decide to take on that short pitch delivery, because at this moment he's a bit closed down.
It's a shame you're only limited to 9 fielders with Sham Lalman.
That was what I'm saying, Andrew. Maybe if he brings that fielder from third man into a slip position and get another fielder out at deep forward square leg, maybe that can be a ploy as well. Because Seals is bowling that straight at the moment.
I think Puran has been just a little bit too defensive here. He needs to maybe go on the attack. He has 2 brand new batters. A decrease 2 of 15 from Kalicharan. Drake's yet to score, having faced just 1 delivery.
Yeah,
put a little bit of pressure on the 2 batters.
Would have liked to see a slip or 2. Again, Seals back of a length. Kalicharan, he's signalling as though the ball didn't come up as he would have liked, as quickly as he would have liked it to do. He's going to have a word now with Jonathan Drakes. It's good to see.
Puran would love to have the imposing figure of Kyron Pollard at a forward short leg or something like that.
Well, he has Jason Mohammed. He has the wealth of experience of these guys with him. And I get your point, a forward short leg. I like that move, Andrew. When you have a team under pressure, why not? This one is into the air. He could be out here, Kalicharan, and he is. Mohammed celebrates as he pouches that one safely. Seals picks up his second. It's now CCC 27 for the loss of 3. Here's that wicket again.
Short ball here from Jaden Seals. We can see his wonderful approach to the crease here. And tempting Kalicharan with that short one that came onto him a little bit. It started a little bit wider and just popped it up in the air for the simplest of catches there by, I believe that was Jason Mohammed, wearing the number 3 on his back at mid-wicket. Easy one there. Second wicket for Jaden Seals. 2 for 1 now he goes to. CCC slipped to 27 for 3. It's been a hard knock there by Kirsan Kalicharan. He's come in from the start and he's really faced some good bowling. And well, he's unfortunately goes back to the pavilion, and I think that's Dinesh Ramdin coming out to bat.
Well, Dinesh Ramdin, the man with all the experience in the world, and he would have played in the Legends tournament in India recently. Would have scored a wealth of runs up there, and of course, he's back now. He would have played for the India Capitals in that Legends tournament, and he's now back on home soil, Andrew, to skipper the combined campuses and colleges team, and I think they're in a position where they need an innings of substance from their skipper.
Well, the other thing to consider is, of course, Visham Lalman, is that this is the CG United Super 50, so there are 50 overs to go. 6.5 overs bowled, so you have a lot of time, 43 overs and 1 delivery to come. So at this point, they really need a partnership to build. And if I can get them anywhere close to a competitive 200, or above 200, and that's what that's what they have to be looking for. So these two have to be thinking we need to bat until the 35th over. That's what they need to have in their heads right now, because it's already the number 4 and number 5, and we're not sure how deep the batting goes.
Yeah, bulky list career, 219 matches, 4,075 runs for Dinesh Ramdin. Closing the arm down, there was Jaden Seals. That completes another wicket taking over. It's 27 for 3 after 7 overs. Here it's match number 3. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force taking on combined campuses and colleges in the CG United Super 50 Cup. Andrew, Super 50 cricket is back. How good that is to see.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's lovely to be here watching some cricket, lovely cricket. Anil Lakan passing notes. Aldwin Borneo manning the camera. Ronnie Bikram Das pulling the strings on the other side there.
Yeah.
It might seem that we're overly critical of Jaden Seals, but I think it's just because we admire him so much. And despite the fact that he bowled so well, he still bowled straight, Visham Lalman. And I think those deliveries are when he gets that coming into the bottom. And he starts out on 5th stump and gets that coming into knockout, middle and off, I think he'll be in much better business than he is now. Not to say that he was in bad business. Change in bowling. Akil Hussain will replace Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, I think he was working to his plan that the coaches had for him, which was to dig the ball in short, rush the batsman. Akil Hussain starts well after that first over. That, was a bit, it wasn't his ordinary style, Akil Hussain. You wouldn't associate Akil Hussain with getting that much runs in his very first over. He's someone who starts the innings well and limits the batsmen, doesn't give them anything away. And there he is again. Good line, good length there from the left arm orthodox spinner.
Jid Gooley very, very active in that short mid-wicket position. He's a tall fellow, is Jid Gooley, but he moves very, very swiftly.
Akil Hussain as well has really made his name on the international scene, as this one has been struck over mid-wicket for 4.
A nice pick-up shot there by Drakes. That one sat up for him, and he sort of went across the line, but he did go with the delivery as well. Let's have a look at the replay here now as Ronnie pulls it up. Yeah, it sat up there for him and didn't quite go across the line. It was straight enough, but he decided that I want to put that over deep mid-wicket. So definitely something for Akil Hussain to continue.
Yeah,
consider, I should say.
That one just going on with the arm. No real turn there for Akil Hussain. Drake spotting that. Key thing though, he kept his head down and lifted it over mid-wicket. A bit fuller there from Hussain. And you can see that he is looking to attack that middle and leg stump, Andrew. Really, close down that. Don't give the batsman room to free their arms.
There's also another quality tall left arm spinner in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force squad, Carrie Pear.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he has been lifted out. Oh, there's some spin and bounce there from Akil Hussain. Drake stretching forward and Akil Hussain just beating the outside edge. That's the Akil Hussain we have come to know in recent times, Andrew.
Yep. I mentioned Carrie Pear because the two are close friends.
Ooh.
Good movement away. That one spinning away.
What?
Sharp spin.
Yeah, that's the end of 8. It's 31 for 3, and you were speaking about Carrie Pear.
Yeah, so I remember reading an article that they're both very similar players and that they're both very tall, slim left arm spinners. And while Akil Hussain's trajectory of his career has moved on to regional cricket, to international cricket, playing for the West Indies, representing the West Indies colours, Carrie Pear is his very close friend and teammate and brother and it's good to see that sort of competition coming in, but I really like Carrie Pear as well, and it's unfortunate that sometimes he might be put on the sidelines because of his friend, so it must be difficult for Carrie Pear, because I think he's a quality bowler as well, and I think he has very long fingers, he has a very long reach, which are excellent for bowlers.
He's an excellent fielder as well, Carrie Pear. He has a first class 100, Akil Hussain as well. So like for like players, you have to say. And there's so much left arm orthodox spinners that have come onto the scene in recent times as well. Gudakesh Moti as well. Seals to Ramdin. Ramdin is someone who is busy at the crease, Andrew Chan. He likes to noodle the ball into those vacant areas and take quick singles. And as a batsman on the other end, you need to be wary of that.
Dinesh Ramdin definitely looks up for this challenge. He looks comfortable so far against Jaden Seals. We all know he's a class player, a quality player. And I think leading this combined campuses and colleges will be a new challenge for him as well in terms of his career. Sort of wound down from representing the nation and then of course West Indies. Other than the West Indian legends, of course. And he certainly is one of those West Indian legends.
Seals short.
Rushed a little bit on that one.
Yeah, definitely so. Ramdin not in total control of that. And certainly that one took him on the arm. He didn't get any bat onto it. And Seals is scuffing up the crease a bit there where he's landing. And rightfully so, he's having a word with Ramdin. Here's that delivery again. Short. Oh, maybe he didn't get up as quickly as he would have expected there, Dinesh Ramdin. He was through the shot a bit too early. And then it came through and it struck him on the arm. On that right arm.
Hopefully he's wearing a chest guard as well. I'm not sure if it struck him on the arm or the chest.
Well, he's still laughing with Jaden Seals about that delivery. He is like, oh, that delivery just coming back in a bit. And Seals, in his last couple of deliveries, he would have been operating at a straighter length. This one just outside the off stump. And Drakes left it alone. He seems to know where his off stump is there, Jonathan Drakes.
Jonathan Drakes is a braver man than me to leave that one, because we've seen how Seals is good at bringing the ball back into the right-handers and tucking them up.
Andrew, I think if you're watching Jaden Seals there, you can see how hot it is out in the middle. Thankfully, we are in the luxury of air conditioning. Here's Seals. This one coming back in sharply. Drakes knew nothing about that. He was standing in his crease there. He was neither forward nor back. And Seals went through him.
Almost cut him in half with this one. Let's have a look at it again. Yes, came back in brilliantly. And this is what I mentioned to you, Visham. If he gets that ball on the fifth stump and brings it back in. So that one was a little bit wide, maybe about a six stump line. So he needs to tighten it up just a little bit. He will be in some serious business here. Because Drakes, I mean, I think any batter is always tentative outside the off stump.
Yeah, definitely so. But pulling back the length there a bit. So Drakes was a bit more comfortable playing at that. That is the end of Seals Fort. No, he has one more delivery in the over. It's 32 for 3. We are approaching 9 overs here in this game. This is match 3 between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the defending champions, of course. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force with 13 Super 50 titles to their name. And CCC has 1 to their name. So that in itself tells a story, Andrew Chan. Down the leg side. Red Force team is appealing, but that would be leg byes, and rightfully so. Signal by the umpire. 9 overs have been bowled. 33 for the loss of 3. All 3s on the board, Andrew.
Yeah, it's a Nelson here for CCC, and they're facing the back of a young gentleman, Jaden Seals, who has been bowling brilliantly. And his pace and control, Visham Lalman, is what has impressed me, because he's able to adjust the line, get that ball coming back in. And then there was a delivery there where Drake was probably expecting a full delivery, and then he just pitched it a little bit short, rose up at the batsman. So Seals has really set an excellent pace here. Akil Hussain has not been as impressive as we would have expected from him. Although he started to hit his straps in the last over, get a couple of deliveries, beating the batsman. And that's what you want your spinners to do. You want your spinners to beat the batsman. You want Josh De Silva behind the stumps to be in business. You want Nicholas Pooran there, who's decided, hey, I'm putting myself in the slips because I wanna be in the slip position. Of course, he's a talented keeper as well and very good with his hands.
A good move. Good to see a slip in. Pooran himself. It's a good delivery. And of course, what would have G'd up Hussein as well was in that last over, he was extracting some spin from the surface in the last two deliveries of that over. Andrew, something to note as well, if you're looking out there and you're looking at the surface, you can see some generous foot marks, and that in itself can tell you that there has been some moisture on that surface.
Yeah, definitely. As you can see in front of that batsman going on to the leg side, Ramden settling himself there. Good challenge here for Akil Hussain.
Oh, that's a beauty of a delivery there from Hussain to Dinesh Ramden, who normally plays spin well.
I think the Trinidad and Tobago boys would relish playing against somebody of the caliber of Dinesh Ramden. At the end of the day, they would celebrate that wicket and enjoy playing against a fellow that they would have so much respect for.
Yeah, definitely. And saying that, Ramden would know a lot about these players. So that is where his experience would come in as well. Akil Jerome Hussain, the man who went to Success Laventille Composite Secondary School. He is for the Red Force. Oh, that's another jaffa of delivery there from the left arm orthodox spinner, pitching on about the off stump, turning away from the bat of Dinesh Ramden.
Well, he's getting that ball to just go on with the arm and then impart that spin on it to take it away, which is dangerous from a left-arm bowler's perspective.
He is again Ramden this time coming forward, covering the line of that delivery nicely. Bat and pad close to each other, and most importantly, he got bat onto it.
And that's what experience brings to the party. You get out and you try to negate that spin. And that's what Ramden was doing. He can't allow Hussain to get comfortable here.
The eagle-eyed Nicholas Pooran is waiting then slip for anything that takes the outside edge. That's the end of 10. The first 10 overs have been bowled here in match 3 between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the CCC. It's 34 for 3. It's match number 3 of the CG United Super 50 Cup 2022. There's going to be a double change in the commentary box. It's going to be Mr. Vinod Mamchan and Anil Lakan after more thoughts from you, Andrew Chan.
An excellent over there from Akil Hussain. He started off quite well. Well, he started off poorly, I should say, but just going for one run in that over. Mr. Anil Lakan is joining us in the seat here as Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are in the ascendancy here. And it looks to be a change in the bowling. It looks like Shannon Gabriel will be replacing Jayden Seals from that southern end of the ground. Mr. Anil Lakan sits down, and I'm sorry a camera can't be on him because he looks resplendent in his red, white and black outfit, complete with red, white and black shoes. Good afternoon, Mr. Lakan. A pleasure to be alongside you once again.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, Andrew Chan. Shannon Gabriel coming up from the far end, bowling to the youngster Drakes. But we have seen a lot of activity thus far in the first 10 overs of this power play. The batting power play has been completed, and CCC definitely behind the 8 ball, having lost 3 wickets up front early in the piece. So the likes of Dinesh Ramden, the skipper, who has a lot of international experience, having captained the West Indies team, he would be looking forward to working with these guys.
That's a pleasant flick there from Drakes, and that will run close to the boundary. Yeah, all the way to the boundary, all along the ground on the deep square leg. Shannon Gabriel, he switched ends, but his radar is still not quite on here. And at the after that, basically, it was just a flick all along the ground to the leg side.
Yeah, half stump, leg stump, half volley, and that was meat and drink for Triggs. He just flicked that ball through that square leg position, and it raced across this lovely Brian Lara Cricket Academy outfield. And the score moves up by 4. It's now 38 for 4. That takes Triggs on to 9.
Gabriel comes in again, and he adjusts his line a little bit better, but Drake's had no real reason to play at that one there. Full delivery wide outside the line of the off stump, and you can see Anil in the short number of overs that the comparison and contrast between Jaden Seals, who's been hitting his line, and Shannon Gabriel, who looked very laboured in his approach to the crease.
One has to take into consideration, Andrew Chan, that Shannon Gabriel had an injury and he's basically working himself back into full fitness. So what we are seeing here is working progress, and I'm sure he's made a lot of strides as well.
Good delivery, straight to one, tucking up the batter there. Ramden was flirting with the potential of a delivery outside the off stump.
So Shannon Gabriel getting back to almost full fitness, and I tell you what, Shannon Gabriel, a fit Shannon Gabriel, he's going to be asking a lot of questions, not only against the CCC batters, but all the batters throughout the region.
Gabriel will continue here from the southern end. Rising delivery outside the line of the off stump. Again, Drake's flirting with that one.
So Shannon Gabriel getting that ball to tail back into the right-hander, and with bounce, he's creating a lot of problems for both Dennis Ramden and Triggs as well. So Shannon Gabriel into his second spell, having bowled 3 overs up front.
And of course, the batting power play has ended, as Anil Lakan mentioned. The field is spread pretty far and wide now. We have a third man on the onside. A third man and a fielder at deep point. Those are the fielders outside the 20-yard circle. Another delivery outside the line of your stump. That's hot stuff. Josh De Silva is happy to take hold of that one. Shannon Gabriel ends his 5th over, I believe, at 1 for 16. He's starting to get a little bit better, Anil Lakan.
Well, he has been a lot better than you're giving him credit for, Andrew Chan, I must admit. And that last delivery was very pacey indeed. Lovely line, lovely length. And when I'm doing my notes, you'd recognize, Chan, that I rate the deliveries in terms of the quality of deliveries, and that would be definitely high up in a 9 category. Everything was just right about that. The rhythm, the delivery, the manner in which the ball kissed off the surface as well, and it's really encouraging signs to see Shannon Gabriel really steaming in and giving a very good account of himself. So it's going to be Akil Hussain from the pavilion end.
So Gabriel is working his way back in, as we see, and I did mention that to Visham Lalman that we might see his best by about his 3rd or 4th over, which has come to fruition, because his first 2 overs a little bit wayward, you have to say. Ramden on strike is yet to get off the mark. Plays this one back up the pitch to Hussain.
So Hussain not having the best of starts in this game, but I tell you what, Andrew Chan, he's really come to the party here, and he's getting that ball to fizz past the left-handers, and what he's looking to do is basically set these batters up by bowling that spinning delivery, that spinning from middle to off, and then you'll see that arm ball that whiz past into the pads. He's going to fizz that ball into the pads here, looking for an LBW or bowl down.
There was a slight adjustment in the field. The deep extra cover fielder has come inside the circle into a conventional extra cover position. And that's a no ball there from Akil Hussain. That's unfortunate, and it's a free hit here, and that's a cardinal sin from a spinner.
So Akil Hussain, he will have to defend that free hit now, and I'm sure he's got his plans clear as to how he's going to execute here, Chan.
Ramden with an opportunity to finally get off the mark, get some runs on the board, free his hands, pushes that through to the extra cover position, and there is no run.
Akil Hussain going for that shorter, flatter delivery, and that ball was just kissing off the surface there. Not much Dennis Ramden could have done except to just get back and play that ball elegantly out to extra cover, where Jason Mohammed does the fielding.
Straight to delivery. Ramden plays this one into the leg side. Jid Gooley is at short mid wicket.
So Akil continuing from the pavilion end, wheeling his way out.
So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team definitely in the ascendancy here. What do you think of the tactics employed by Nicholas Puran so far?
Well, it has been excellent captaincy from the West Indies captain, white ball captain Nicholas Puran. He's been spot on, and what he has done really well, Chan, he has read the conditions really well. And when I talk in that term, I'm referring to exactly what the surface is doing. Now, based on what I've seen before the start of the game, having been out in the middle, the surface is dry. So you expect that the seamers, they have a job to do. And if you look into the Red Force lineup, they've gone with 3 frontline spinners, and that will tell you a lot.
Strong finish to the over here from Akil Hussain. CCC stuck on 39 for 3. Ramden yet to get off the mark. Jonathan Drake's 9 off 18. The wickets are fall to Mario Richards, bowled by Jaden Seals for 14. Kirsten Kalicharan, who was caught by Jason Mohammed, also off the bowling of Seals. He didn't score money. And Xavier Burton caught De Silva by Shannon Gabriel. So the Pacers taking the wicket so far, doing the job here for the Red Force. And right, so there's a scoreboard, Ronnie. So Kirsan Kalicharan caught by Jason Mohammed off the bowling of Seals for 2, and Xavier Burton caught by De Silva off the bowling of Shannon Gabriel for 5.
What a delivery that was of Shannon Gabriel. Just pitched on the corridor and just left him late. Nothing he could have done to avoid that delivery. He was playing along the right line, but that ball at the last moment just shaped away, took the edge, and Joshua De Silva said thank you, and he was back on his bike.
Really was a beautiful tempter here for Xavier Burton. A slip is in place for Shannon Gabriel as he continues from the southern end of the ground. Short delivery, and Drake rises on top of that one, stares that down to third man, but Darren Bravo does the fielding.
So Shannon Gabriel really giving a good account of himself. And he just seems to be a bit more fluent from the far end. Chan, running in, hitting those areas, that 5-meter length, which is important to keep consistent bowling at that 5-meter length. And what you could do at that 5-meter length, all you got to do is just change the pace of the delivery, not change the length. You got to keep the length at that 5-meter length to keep the batsman honest. What you're going to do from there is use your variations, but you're not going to be moving from that 5-meter length.
I would personally like to see him target the stumps a little bit more. Here's Shannon Gabriel coming in, and that's a good delivery. Yorker length, well dug out by Dinesh Ramden.
But if you look at the field plan of a Red Force, if you were to go straighter than that, Chan, what he'll be doing is opening up the leg side. And if you recognize what's happening, there's absolutely no short square leg in position, so it's easy meat and drink for the batters just to use their wrists, break the wrist, and get off strike. What he's doing here is basically bowling that channel, that 4th and 5th stump line, which is going to continue to ask questions of the batters, especially where they are not set at this stage of the innings.
I want you to give us an insight, Anil Lakan, because you'll be able to give us a better one. But what is it like for these bowlers to be bowling to Dinesh Ramden? As Gabriel comes up with this one, a nice tucked up again here. Ramden just about gets that one out of the way.
Well, these guys on Red Force, they would know Dinesh very well as Dinesh Ramden. He would have a very, very good idea of what they're trying to do in terms of how they're going to dismiss him, and he will want to negate that. And immediately what we're seeing from Shannon Gabriel, they have taken the levers away. His meat and drink shot is the cut shot, so you don't want to give him anything short and wide for him to free his arms up. So you're going to keep him tight, just on the line of that 4th, 5th stump where he's got to play. But I tell you what, the likes of Dinesh Ramden, the longer he stays, he could really, really pose a threat later on in the innings.
Bit of a bouncing delivery and not cleanly taken by Joshua De Silva as the batters will run a bye here. Bit of a bouncer there from Sean Gabriel, and as you mentioned, his meat and drink shot. He was trying to cut that one Dinesh Ramdin off his toes.
Well, he was beaten, and not beaten by the lack of pace. Because that ball was the slower bouncer, where he hits the ball into the pitch, and it does not take off as quickly as his stock deliveries. So Dinesh Ramdin was guilty of being through the shot even before the ball had reached him. So
Excellent points there from Anil Lakan. Gabriel runs in for the 5th delivery of the 13th over. Tucks up Jakes again, but able to get this a single, quick single.
And just as we were having that conversation, Chan, you don't want to be getting too straight because Dinesh is technically sound. He would just break his wrist and take the pace of the ball, and he's off and running.
He's still not up and running yet, though. He's faced 18 deliveries yet, as Shannon Gabriel has 1 delivery left in this over. 1 for 18 or 4.5. Good bowling by the pacer, who's working his way back into competitive cricket after some serious injuries, you said, Anil Lakan. And of course, yes, I mean, you do see Shannon Gabriel. He's putting in the effort behind the scenes on the social media. You see the pictures that he would post, etc. Ramdin searching for the single. He's not going to get it here. Trying to just play a little touch and go shot there. It wasn't there for the taking. 42 for 3. CCC after 13 overs.
And the reason why that single was not for the taking, Chan, is because that ball was travelling to Akil Hussain, which is left-handed. So had he attempted that single, he could definitely have been in a lot of problem. Both Drix and himself possibly would have been caught mid-pitch because the ball was going to Akil Hussain's natural hand, throwing hand, and he would have had the mercy of throwing to either side to affect a run out.
Just taking a look at the bowling here. Just 3 bowlers used by Red Force captain Nicholas Pura and Akil Hussain. 4 overs done for 18. His first over went for 16, so he's pulled it back quite nicely since then. Mixed bag from Shannon Gabriel, but 5 overs, 1 for 18 is nothing to be scoffed at. And the 4 overs by Jaden Seals going for just 1 run and 2 wickets. So it just shows why he's such a bright spark in West Indies cricket.
So it's important to see what's happening here with Akil Hussain. Akil Hussain is really getting this ball to spin and rip off the surface. And to me, that's justification in Nicholas Puran's decision to go with the third spinner rather than an extra seamer.
Lofted shot through the extra cover region and down to long off for a single.
And I tell you what, Andrew Chan, both Dinesh Ramdin and Drix have to be extremely careful when driving because with the ball ripping off the surface, if we are not close enough when executing that cover drive, you could definitely hold out to that extra cover position.
Most definitely. Drake's a little bit taller than Ramdin, so he will have that little bit of an extra reach. Ramdin, of course, we know, a very compact player. He settles and waits for Akil Hussain. And that one a little bit uppishly there by Ramdin. A little bit uppishly squirted out into the point region.
So Dinesh Ramdin not picking that length early enough in that decision making. And he was caught driving away, but just kept it nice and soft at the end.
Well, I think the challenge with Akil Hussain is because as a left-hander, he's going to bring the ball naturally into the right-hander. But then when he imparts his spin on it, so it goes along with the arm, but then when he gets his spin to cut away, we can see that he's quite dangerous from that when it hits the pitch. And that delivery again, jarring Ramdin up on the higher edge outer splice of the bat.
Well, one of the things that we must be cognizant of the fact, Chan, is that with Akil Hussain spinning the ball as much he is at the moment, and the amount of turn he's getting off the surface, it's a big challenge indeed for both these batters here. They've got to ensure that they're very close to the delivery. And this one, he's bowled him, knock, neck and crop here. The leg spinner pitching on middle and off and knocking that off ball off. What a beautiful delivery from Akil Hussain there. And that's wicket number 4 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. CCC now struggling at 43 for 4, having lost the evergreen Dinesh Ramdin.
And let's have a look at this one. This one just going along with the arm. Oh, a bit of an outside edge there as well. It drifted past the outside edge. And brilliant delivery there from Akil Hussain. And unfortunately, Ramdin didn't bother the scorers at all. Faced 23 deliveries, was not able to get off the mark. And at the end of that over, Hussain galloped through that over. And he's gotten his first wicket here. Ramdin for duck. And the CCC stumbled to 43 for 4 in the 14th over.
So Dinesh Ramdin beaten by the flight. That ball was drifting into the right hander, and at the moment it pitched, it just spun away past that outside edge and it rocketed into the off ball. So Akil Hussain is definitely showing us what a top competitor he is and what a quality bowler. I mean, he's been plying his trade at the international level, Chan, and he has been very, very successful indeed. And I must tell you that the batters to follow with the amount of spin that Akil is getting off that surface, they might be very, very tentative in coming forward, because you don't want to be coming forward too early as well. You want to be playing that ball as late as possibly, but the ball is not spinning slowly. It's really fizzing off the surface. So you've got to have that decision making very early when playing Akil Hussain. Now, all due credit to the batters. Drakes, you've done an excellent job thus far, scoring 12 from 22, but it has not been a surface where you can go out there and express yourself, Andrew Chan.
Yeah, Drakes has equipped himself so well so far, 12 of 22 as you mentioned. And of course, I think what these players have to remember is, Anil Lakan, that this isn't T20, it's the CG United Super 50, so it's 50 overs, and they have a lot of time to go still. Some 36 overs, as O'Dane McCarthy is the new batter to join the foray here.
Well, all of these youngsters here who are part of this CCC unit, and again, it's really interesting, Chan, from a West Indies perspective, to have all these youngsters now participating in this CG50 over tournament. And I tell you what that does, it really opens up a lot more opportunities for the players who are on the fringe of regional and international cricket. So to me, this is a really excellent idea from CWI to have both the developmental team, the West Indies developmental team, and the CCC team, where all the players from the different campuses come together and they get together, under the guidance of, the coach Floyd Reefer, who has been doing a tremendous job with all these youngsters there, having won the tournament as well, Floyd Reefer. So he will, having played international cricket as well, he's going to bring a lot to these youngsters and them. Not only from a playing perspective, but also from a coaching perspective, having won this tournament with the combined campuses and colleges team.
Now, Nicholas Puran and the Red Force are in the ascendancy, and he's not taking his foot off the CCC's throats, because he's bringing on his trump card, Sunil Narine, who hasn't had a chance to bowl as yet.
Well, welcome the king. That's how we call him. We refer to Sunil Narine as the king.
And there is a forward short leg in position, or short leg that should be in position for the new batter.
So the field for Sunil Narine is going to be a slip, extra cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, deep backward square, fine leg, and deep point. And this one,
that's a lovely drive through the cover region, and that should run close to the boundary. That's 4 runs. A little bit of a loosener there from Narine, and Drakes was able to pounce on that one and push it through the extra cover region for delightful runs all along the tooth.
So Sunil Narine decided to come wrong the wicket to Drakes. That one was a half volley and off stump, really asking to be driven, and Drakes did that really expertly, just leant onto that cover drive, and it raced along the carpet here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Immediately switched over the angles now, and he's tucked up Drakes with that one, and they'll get that through for a quick single here.
Skipper Nicholas Puran covering a lot of ground to his right there and showing what athleticism he's got, Chan.
Yeah. But I think Jonathan Drakes has shown that once you bat sensibly and capably on this ground, you're capable of making runs, and I think maybe the rest of the CCC hasn't quite caught up with how to play on this ground yet. Maybe it's a little bit of nerves coming to Trinidad for the first time in a while. McCarthy playing that one into the leg side. Good work there by the forward, by the short leg fielder.
But one must take into consideration as well, Chan, that most of these youngsters have never played at this level. So it's going to be an acid test for them, to say the least. And if they could withstand the likes of Sunil Narine, Akil Hussain, Yannick Correa, this would be a great, excellent learning curve for them as well as they progress in their cricketing careers going forward.
Well, both Drakes and McCarthy have an opportunity to bat long and bat deep in their innings here. Narine with a little faster delivery. McCarthy getting on top of that one, playing it down. And there is no third man there. And Darren Bravo will not get the ball. And it's 4 runs all along the turf there. Well played there by McCarthy, you have to say. Just getting on top of that one, opening the face and running it down. Puranan, that actually isn't Bravo. That's Jid Gooley who was in chase, but unfortunately they couldn't get up to that one. 4 runs all the way.
Well, if you ask me, Chan, McCarthy had known nothing about that delivery. It was the leg break that was spinning across the right-hander, breaking the edge and going down to third man. So I wouldn't want to give him that luxury that he went back and played that ball expertly. He was beating all ends up. That ball was breaking the edge and going down to third man.
Fast delivery from Narine to end the over. Drifting a little bit away as well from the batsman as well with some sharp spin. 15 overs gone, 52 for 4. CCC facing all sorts of trouble. The red force in the ascendancy here. And it'll be interesting to see. I think Akil Hussain will continue the bowling from this pavilion end.
Yeah, Akil Hussain really putting the revs on those deliveries here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But I must tell you as well, Chan, that this track here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy is traditionally helps the spinners. But today we're seeing that ball not just spinning, but the bounce as well,
It certainly hasn't been sharp bounce. There is bounce on offer, but it's playable bounce. As Akil Hussain comes in here and he'll be bowling to Drakes, who flashes at this one, just gets it over the point fielder. Will run close to the third man boundary, and it does run into the boundary for 4 now.
So Drake's really taking the aerial route there. But I tell you what, Chan, his heart must have been in his mouth there, because that ball just narrowly escaped the backward point fielder. It just looped over the backward point fielder, as we see it here, and it raced away to the boundary for 4 runs. So Drake's living dangerously, and we are seeing another change in the field here. A gully is going to go into place now, and that's Kean Otley.
2 slips in place now for Akil Hussain. And that one just edges between the 2 slip fielders, and that will run close to the boundary as well. Will the fielder pick that one up? Yes, he does. And they're able to get that one to the outside edge found again. Drake played that one with soft hands, and it gets through between first and second slip.
So what happened there is that Drake's played that really well, playing with soft hands. That's the reason why it did not go to Kean Otley. But what he's done now is made that adjustment by taking a step forward. So in the event that it breaks the edge, he's going to be in business.
This one flicked into the leg side, and they will get an easy single here down to the mid-wicket region. Darren Bravo does the fielding there, running across from mid-on.
So Akil Hussain just getting a bit too full on this with this delivery here. Just allowing Drakes to work that into acreage of space into that mid-wicket region. But we're seeing another change in the field. Shannon Gabriel is now into the conventional mid-wicket position, and there's a deep backward square in Jed Gooley being stationed now.
Hussain with 3 deliveries to McCarthy. I think he will enjoy this one, the new batter coming in. So he might try some of those ploys.
Well, Akil Hussain does have that current ball. He's got that arm ball. He's got that conventional leg spinners delivery. So he's got a bag of tricks, Andrew Chan. He just will just keep wheeling away and working out these youngsters on them.
Well played by McCarthy all along the turf there. One delivery left and Hussein's sixth over. He's done really well for his captain so far, 1 for 26.
And when you consider that he went for 16 in his first over, Chan, it has been a tremendous comeback from Akil Hussein.
He's beaten all ends up there, McCarthy.
And that's the delivery, Andrew Chan, where the length is in that in-between length, where as a batter, you're not sure if to come forward or to stay back, especially when the ball is spinning. So normally the spinner, he will show you that delivery that spins sharply across you once they spin an offer. But really and truly, he wants to defeat you with that straighter delivery, the one that holds the line, the one that doesn't spin as much, just do a little and takes the edge.
I think it's a trajectory of Hussein as well, because he's very long, he's very thin, his arms are very thin and they're very long. So when he bowls at that trajectory, you're not sure if it's going to bounce, you're not sure what it's going to do.
Well, as a batter, you need to be looking at the seam of the ball, Chan, in order to try and negotiate what's happening when it's released.
Well, so what does a batter do in the situation of Sunil Narine, who holds the ball? Look, you can see there that you can't see the seam until the very, very last minute, if at all.
So that's what batting is all about, Chan. You've got to be looking at that ball until the last moment before it releases, before you make that decision either to go back or come forward.
I remember Courtney Walsh in white ball cricket. He used to run with his left hand in front of the ball as well.
So it doesn't matter to me where he starts. Is at the point of delivery is what matters, because he cannot change it. Once he gets here, he cannot change it. It has to be released from there. So he could hide it behind his back wherever he wants to, but when it gets to that 12 o'clock position, he's got to release there.
Up in the air.
Ooh.
Spill by Josh De Silva. You see what the umpire gives. It's a leg by decision, so no bat involved there.
But what a tremendous effort from a wicketkeeper, Joshua De Silva. He was diving like he was in Maracas there, Chan.
I don't know if you'll have time for the replay, Mr. Bikram Das.
So here it is, that ball spinning into the pads sharply. So excellent umpiring as well.
And there was certainly no chance of an LBW either. That ball was definitely going down leg side. Sunil Narine, always a dangerous customer.
Well, he's a wily customer. He's got a bag of tricks, Andrew Chan.
Underestimate him at your peril.
He just seems very unassuming, Andrew Chan, but he's got that in his armory, that magical delivery that he will bowl ever so often.
I do feel like Drakes and McCarthy have had a little bit more problem at Hussein. They seem to be playing Narine fairly comfortably in terms of defending, and at the end of that over, 62 for 4, the CCC limp on after 17 overs.
So CCC, both Drakes and McCarthy, they have a job to do, Chan, and that's the rebuilding of the innings. Having lost 4 wickets within the first 15 overs, there need to be a lot of concentration in terms of both of these guys, how they go about building a partnership. And all it takes to get your team back into contention, Chan, is for two guys to really set the tone by putting their heads down, getting the pace of the pitch. Most important as well, the rotation of the strike is also very, very important, especially in white ball cricket.
Nicholas Puran is giving the CCC boys a true red force welcome, because it's another spinner bowler coming into the attack, Yannick Karaya, who's a very good bowler as well, of international standard.
So Yannick Karaya just coming back from Australia, Andrew Chan. It didn't go as well as a unit for West Indies, but Yannick Karaya definitely made a statement.
His first delivery is driven through the cover region there pleasantly by Drakes, who looks quite comfortable now, moves on to 26 off 30.
So Yannick Correa starting off with that leg spinner, floated delivery on that off stump.
But I think, Anil, that this would be a good learning point here for these two young CCC batsmen, because there's an opportunity to play spin, work the ball around, get singles, and maneuver the strike. Nice shot there by McCarthy down to the extra cover region, but there is no run. Good fielding there by Sunil Narine. And Sunil Narine, who is not well known as a fielder, has done so well in recent times.
So both Drakes and McCarthy.
Stepping back to cut this one is McCarthy and get that one down to the deep cover region.
So at the moment, it's a diet of spin from Red Force to both these youngsters. So we've got the right arm leg spin in operation now. We've got the king operating from the far end.
But from the CCC's perspective, 3.66 run rate, that's something to build on, isn't it? If you can get, you're negotiating these spinners and you know they're bowling well, you know they're bowling in the top of their game, but if you can at least get 3 or 4 singles off the over, then at least you'll be getting your feet moving, you'll be getting the scoreboard moving as well.
But as these spinners, both Sunil Narine and Yannick Correa, get into their work, scoring is going to definitely be a challenge. But this one is
slug
swept.
Sweep wide of the forward square leg region, and they will come back for 2. It's a clean shot there by Drakes. He strikes the ball quite well when he's ready. 2 runs there. So 4 runs already off this over without taking too much risk, which is the point I was trying to make, Anil.
Well, very important for Drakes. Those deliveries that are presented that he could slog sweep, which you play on length, and he did that extremely well. You're picking the length early and sweeping. But he's got to be very careful because Yannick Correa has got that googly that spins sharply back into the right-hander. So if he does not pick that length early enough, he could be in some trouble.
Well, certainly, whatever the CCC do accomplish at the end of their tenure in the wicket will be built on the back of Dominic Drakes, who's progressed quite well now to 28 of 33. CCC 66 for 4 after 18 overs.
Well, CCC, their first ownership of this game, Andrew Chan, would be to try and negotiate all of 50 overs, to try and bat through the entire allocation of their overs. And if they are able to bat 50 overs, they could post a competitive total. But Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, on the other hand, they would be looking to the likes of the King and Yannick Correa to continue to plug away at these batters.
Confidently played by McCarthy against Sunil Narine, stepping out a little bit there.
Sunil Narine, we haven't seen any evidence thus far from Sunil Narine of any exaggerated turn on offer from that far end. And that could be curtains. And yes, playing across the line, going for the reverse sweep and paying the ultimate prize, missing the length on this occasion, Andrew Chan. Well, and being adjudged LBW.
Well, it seems to be a dead straight ball here as we see the replay that Ronnie has pulled up for us. It's a dead straight ball delivery on the line of middle and off. And McCarthy just played a shot that really wasn't unnecessary, and I think you'd be ill-advised to do so at this time. And
but
as plumb LBW as you can get.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I want to question the thought process of McCarthy here, Andrew Chan. Your team are struggling at 66 for 4, being on the back end of some really good bowling from the Red Force team. One would have thought that the likes of McCarthy would give that support to Drakes to try and rebuild and construct, and it's a partnership. But here it is, being a bit too ambitious, and who other than the King strikes again? Sunil Narine.
But from the CCC's perspective, why would you want to give a man like Sunil Narine an easy wicket? Make him work for your wicket. Put some value on your wicket.
Well,
Matthew Ford, who I believe is the vice captain of the CCC squad, comes into the fore now.
Well, I'm sure the think tank of the CCC team, Andrew Chan, they would have discussed the bowlers they possibly would have liked to take on, and I'm sure Sunil Narine would not have been one of those bowlers, to be going after or trying to be ambitious, against the likes of the King.
But look at what is happening here. 1 for 11 of 2.2 overs. They've already taken basically 6 runs or 6 runs off his 6 runs per over off his previous 2 overs. So you were in a good place. You didn't need to try anything, and you definitely didn't need to lose a wicket because they were starting to build something a little bit here. They've been together. They were together since the 14th over.
So again, inexperience, if you ask me, Andrew Chan resulted in that wicket.
Matty Ford stretches up the pitch and plays that one back up to Sunil Narine. And the fact of the matter is, the other thing to consider, Anil, is that you have Jonathan Drakes, who's looked supremely confident at the other end. Tucked up again, but Ford is able to get this one, turn this one down into the deep square leg position for a single. And he gets off the mark immediately, well, off his second delivery.
So, both Ford and Drakes, I'm sure Drakes is going to be telling him and having conversations with him, how to approach his innings.
Bit uppishly, and he'll get that down to the third man region, and that will run away for 4. Bit of a loosener there from Sunil Narine, and Drakes was able to pounce on that one. 4 runs, 4 valuable runs to Jonathan Drakes and the CCC squad.
So that takes Drakes on to 32, but here we see it again. Opening the face there is Jonathan Drakes and working that one down to that third man region. But I'll tell you what, skipper Nicholas Pooran, he's going to get that second slip into play immediately, because that's the second occasion that ball has gone through that region. And just as we are having that conversation, the slip goes into play.
Drakes pushes this one down to the long on region, and he will get a single there. End off a wicket taking over for Sunil Narine. 19 overs have gone. The CCC 72 for 5. Jonathan Drakes, their linchpin, 33 off 35.
So Jonathan Drakes playing a lone hand here thus far for CCC, Andrew Chan. But I must admit that the Red Force has really worked out exactly how they're going to approach bowling on this wicket. And to me, that is a huge plus. Having the likes of the King, Yannick Correa and Akil Hussain, 3 guys of international stature, and these guys, the batters indeed, they would have a huge task, to keep these guys out.
Correa to continue from the pavilion end here. Flirting with that one, Jonathan Drakes didn't get any foot movement there at all. Leaving his bat and gloves out to dry, and it's certainly not what his CCC compatriots would want to see.
Well, I'm sure skipper Nicholas Pooran definitely would be thinking about that second slip as well, because Yannick Correa is getting that ball to zip away. So possibly he'd get that, move that 45 in Shannon Gabriel, bring him possibly to that mid-wicket and get that fielder across.
Slog sweep into the deep square leg position, and he will get 4 runs for this one. Good shot there by Jonathan Drakes, going for the aerial route, getting it over the infield, and the fielder at deep square had to run around quite some the distance and was not able to cut across that one.
So excellent shot here. We see it again. So this ball was pitched just on about that leg stump, but what Jonathan Drakes did really well, he picked the length early, so he was able to play it, and he played it early enough so he could have got it back with a square rather than forward a square. So that resulted in the boundary.
Trying a repeat of the shot there, but Correa getting a moral victory here. That one drifting down the leg side, but then cutting back across the batter a little bit there.
So Jonathan Drakes might just be well advised here, Andrew Chan, to play the ball on merit rather. To me, this shot that he played was premeditated rather than looking at what was being presented to him.
Yeah, and you're quite right, Arnold, because what he's done quite well so far in his innings is play the balls on merit. This is better cricket here from him, just turning this one into the leg side and getting a single.
To Joshua De Silva, cleaning up there at mid-wicket. So Joshua De Silva would be looking forward to his next tour.
Most definitely. And hopefully this tournament, the CG United Super 50, gets him some valuable time in the middle. Match fitness, as they always say, is a different prospect. Wonderful
And what a
delivery.
peach of a leg spinner from Yannick Correa. Pitching, doing all the right things here, Andrew Chan. You know, the classical leg spinner's delivery, pitching on middle and off and whizzing past the outside edge. And I'm sure Yannick Correa, he will want to be challenging the inside edge with this delivery. Going for that googly, and he does! Oh my goodness, it's the googly being served up here, challenging the inside edge. So Yannick Correa showing us all his skill sets here in this over.
And after 20 overs, the CCC have progressed to 77 for 5. 5 runs off that over. Jonathan Drake's on 38 off 39. Matthew Ford just to the wicket on 1. And some more words from Anil Lakan before Mr. Vinod Mamchan comes in. Or Visham Lalman comes in.
So excellent work from the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, really restricting this CCC team to 77 for 5 in 20 overs. And the spinners has gone to work very, very early in this. And here goes another one. Sunil Narine rattling the stumps here again. So the king is doing magic here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Visham.
Yeah, definitely so. And Sunil Narine picking up his second wicket, now 2 for 17. Have a look at that one again. Through the gate, sharp turn. Where did that come from there from Sunil Narine?
So what he's been presenting, Visham Lalman, is the ball that just goes on with the arm. And we knew at some stage that big spinning off spinner is gonna spinning delivery is gonna come. The young man here was trying to rock back onto the back foot to and pierce that offside. But the deeper he got into the crease, that ball was following him, and it ricocheted into the stumps there. So curtains here for CCC, losing their 6th wicket here, and I'm telling you, they're really struggling here, Visham Lalwan.
Definitely so. I have to agree with you. Struggling is an understatement at this time. 77 for 6.
But I tell you what, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they've got 3 international spinners in their bowling lineup. And is it a case where Nicholas Pruran, in terms of his selection of the team, he got it right here, Visham Lalman, by going for the extra spinner rather than the third seamer?
Well, it's bearing fruit at the moment, so I think it's safe to say that he did make the right choice. And here's the senior man, Sunil Narine, back in the action again. Not convincing at all there from Edwards, the new batsman.
So Edwards working this one to mid-wicket. But who else? Shannon Gabriel is diving away at mid-wicket. And Shannon Gabriel, is he a big unit, Visham Lalman?
Narine again. Just pulling back the length a bit wider. Edwards prodding forward there, but not putting his bat to ball there.
And I'll tell you what, Visham Lalman, based on what we have seen during the practice sessions with these balls, these Kookaburra balls, after over number 14, 15, they tend to get very soft.
Again, this one looked to be the other one there from Sunil Narine. That one came back in to the left-hander, the knuckleball, the carom ball, as he likes to call it.
Well, what I'm looking at here, Visham Lalman, is a masterclass from the king himself.
Yeah, masterclass indeed from Sunil Narine. Couple boundaries off the bowling, but it came off edges. Oh, that one pitching and turning, beating the bat. One more delivery to go in this Sunil Narine over.
So he's really spinning a web around these CCC batters, Visham Lalman, Sunil Narine, and Yannick Correa. They're getting that ball to go miles away from the outside edge of the bat.
Spinners doing the trick for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Oh, again! Well, Edwards is in school. Combined campuses and colleges. Speaking about school, there they are, 77 for 6.
Back to school.
Well, some of them are still in school.
Well, I'm sure Sunil will want to take them further into the classroom and give them a tutorial how to play those deliveries, because they're spinning sharply in and away from the inside and outside edges of those bats. And I tell you what, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're smelling blood at this stage of the innings. So I'd like to welcome the legend himself, Mr. Vinod Mamchan.
There's a look at the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force dugout, and they're looking quite comfortable at the moment. And why not? They're in a very healthy position at this stage, 77 for 6, after winning the toss, electing to bowl first, having the batting team on the back foot.
Well, I'll tell you what, Visham Alman, the likes of Coach David Furlong and the entire coaching staff, they wouldn't want these guys to become complacent at any point in time during the course of this innings.
Yes, certainly so. Carrier is back into the attack, and this one is pulled away forcefully for 4. 4 on top of that one nicely, as Mr. Vinod Mamchan makes his way into the commentary box.
Thanks a lot, Visham. Thanks a lot, Anil, and of course Andrew Chan, who has been with us here for the entire day. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on top, and all they've done is really keep the game basic, simple. They've done the basics right here, Visham.
Yeah, definitely so. They have done the basics right, and after electing to field first as well.
Well, that's a beauty. That beat everyone. The batsman, the wicketkeeper, and also the taxi driver who was passing close by.
There's been that kind of day for the spinners, beating the outside edge, picking up the edges as well.
And you look at the innings of the CCC, and it has again been one that mirrors what you saw at the World Cup with the West Indies team. Poor shot selection, guys not thinking on their feet, not playing according to the demands of their team, and that has led to their demise.
I think I'm not playing to the demands of the format as well. It's a 50 over format, and this requires some sort of application that we have not seen.
Yeah, 50 overs is a lot of balls, and they need to realize that. Trinidad and Tobago putting extra pressure now in the form of a forward short leg, and Karaya, who has looked really good in this spell, hasn't taken a wicket yet, but he has looked good.
Yeah, and he's bowling to the new batsman as well, Edwards. So I think that's a good move by Nicholas Puran as well, putting in that forward short leg, putting some pressure on the batsman very early on in his innings.
But if you look at McCarthy and McCarthy's dismissal with that reverse sweep, I think if I was a coach of the CCC team, McCarthy would struggle to get back in anytime soon. You look at the situation, you're 62 for 4 with loads of overs to go, and something reminded you of that IPL game where you would have seen, and you played a reverse sweep. This is going to go into the boundary, I think. Yes, it does.
Yeah, maybe a chance for a stumping there. And De Silva not being able to collect. I think he was shadowed there by the batsman as well. So it made it very difficult for him. And in the end, not being able to collect and execute a stumping. So it earns the Red Fort, well, actually the CCC team a 4.
Welcome boundary for them, 86 for 6. And Sunil Narine is going to take up the attack from the southern end. I heard earlier on Anil Lakan speaking about the king. And, I peered out of the adjoining room looking for King Charles. I didn't see him. Who was he speaking about there, Mr. Lalman?
Well, I think he's speaking about Sunil Narine.
Oh, Sunil Narine. He's the king. So I thought that we were graced with royalty. Prince Charles probably fed up at looking at the World Cup because the West Indies team is not there, decided to come and take in a 50 over game. Well, that looked ugly, to be honest, with Ford trying to play what I couldn't describe that shot. He was jumping to play the off spinner.
Yeah, and he was pushing at the ball as well, loosely. 2 slips in position. He needs to be careful here, Matthew Ford.
Narine has been on spot, 2 for 17. Continues to serve Trinidad and Tobago's cricket well. Well, a straight bat draws applause.
Yeah, Ford
That
is
tells you something.
Yeah, definitely. So the confidence is there in Matthew Ford as well, the vice captain of this combined campuses and colleges unit. And he needs to stand up here and play a big innings for his team. The captain already in the shed, that's Dinesh Ramdin. And Puran looks to be continuing with that ploy of the, well, this time, a silly point fielder.
So at least in the firing line. You look out there and you think it's a test match. The field set. 2 slips. Silly mid off. And here's Narine. In the air. That should be taken and it's dropped. Well, well, well. Unbelievable.
And with that drop catch, Mr. Anil Lakan runs out of the commentary box.
And Gabriel smiles.
Yeah, Gabriel's smiling. Not
You know,
sure what he's smiling about.
It's horrible to see a player smile when he puts down a catch, let alone a sitter. Look at that.
Took off very late there, Shannon Gabriel, but he got into position, most importantly. And he spilled an easy catch. That could be a big miss for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, I've never met anyone paying at the turnstiles to see Gabriel field. And of a very good over there from the King.
Yeah, the King, Sunil Narine, ends his 5th over. And 2 for 18. What a spell this has been thus far. And Akil Hussain as well had an excellent spell thus far. So the spinners, as I said, doing the trick for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And the track offering some turn as well for them. So the CCC spinners as well would be relishing that. They would be licking their lips. But will they have enough runs to work with? That is what they would be thinking as well.
Let's have a look at Carrier. Oh, lovely bit of fielding there. The King is in his element.
Yeah, having gotten 2 wickets, his intensity level would be up. His confidence level would be up as well, Sunil Narine.
He looks supremely fit, Sunil Narine. Seems to have been working on his out cricket.
Carrier's looked really good. He's varying his pace. He's getting some spin as well. He has that detrimental googly in his armory as well. So he's doing some good work here for the Red Force. Yannick Carrier.
What he has added to his variety is that he's pushing the batsmen back at times. So you would have seen him pushing forward back the previous delivery and then looking to pitch up. That was a bit too short though. So you're seeing variety from Carrier, taken to Australia, carried to Australia. Was a mere passenger on that tour, driven beautifully this time. Gets a double.
Have to say that's a lovely piece of fielding there by Jaden Sears, picking it up with that right hand, firing it back into the keeper's gloves, Joshua De Silva. I think international cricket thus far has done Carrier a lot of good, because what we are seeing here, Carrier using good pace. He's bowling at a good pace, and we are seeing that been, contributive to the success of many leg spinners in recent times. Guys like Rashid Khan, who could bowl leg spin at a generous pace.
Yeah, and you look back at Anil Kumble, who did that. Shahid Afridi, that's a beautiful shot for 4. Risky though, because he was sweeping just on off stump, but executed well, and that takes Ford on to 13. Edwards is on 4.
Yeah, he's a tall man, Matthew Ford, stretching that front foot forward. So look at that again, giving himself room on the onside, opening it up and playing it beautifully backward off square leg. That was a lovely shot, to say the least.
And he was very, very careful in where he played that shot. and he had surveyed the field previously. There was a fielder down at on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Beyond him, there was, the field out there mirrored an NJAC meeting. No one in attendance.
Yeah.
And he was able to play that for 4.
I think what was good there as well from 4 was that he kept it down.
Narine bowls. Stifle. Probably just outside the off stump.
Yeah, if you look at where Edward's feet is, that front foot is already outside the off stump, and the ball was an off spinner turning away from him. So clearly impact outside line of the off stump.
Big turn there from Narine. You'll want to control the turn as well. Probably put a little less rev on the ball. Just subtle variations. That's what Narine gets his success through. Well. If you can do it, I can do it too. Edwards tells Ford, but this time he misses out.
Yeah, he's finding it difficult here to negotiate Sunil Narine. I think rightfully so, Ford going down to have a conversation with Edward. That's good to see.
Trinidad Tobago Red Force, the defending champions, looking to go unbeaten, to continue their unbeaten streak that started at the last tournament, where they played unbeaten, winning the title. Have you ever been to an NJAC meeting, Visham?
Nope, I have not. Not been to any of that.
So it's going to be Narine again from the far end.
I think you're just pushing that one a bit quicker, making Edward play and also sending back on the back foot.
Another excellent over there from the King. And at the end of 25, we're halfway through, 93 for 6.
You're speaking about, the CCC and the Trinidad Tobago Red Force and their head-to-head clashes in the past. And of course, Trinidad Tobago's record. I think Trinidad Tobago would have had the better of them on most occasions when they play against each other. Trinidad Tobago in their last 5 matches against CCC would have won 3 of those 5 matches, and one of that being abandoned without a ball being bowled. But CCC would have won their last encounter against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in 2018.
Yeah, the students teaching, giving a lesson to the teachers the last time. Trinidad Tobago Red Force, just to remind you, winning the toss. You had a look there at the luscious apple trees on the southwestern side of this wonderful ground here in South Trinidad, Taruba to be exact. Have you ever visited the apple trees, Vishal?
Well, I've visited the apple trees to see if they are really apple trees. Didn't see any apples though.
You went out of season. So at the moment, 94 for 6. So throughout the evening, you will be hearing the voices of Visham Lalman, Anil Lakan, Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das, Andrew Chan, and yours truly. Whipped away uppishly into the hands of short mid-wicket. Puran takes the catch and lobs it back to Karaya.
Yeah, well, it was such a soft dismissal. No real reaction from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force players. The only reaction that told me it was a wicket was the reaction of the batsman.
Yeah, Ford getting a delivery pitched up and head in the air. And normally, your shot follows your head position. And that one was in the air. And easy catch there for Nicholas Puran, who's at mid-wicket. A good move by Nicholas Puran to allow Joshua De Silva to hold the gloves. because the next international assignment for the West Indies is not white ball cricket but the Test series in Australia.
Yeah, definitely so. And of course, that Test team was picked earlier last week actually, and they would be touring Australia very soon in November. So that is going to be a keenly contested series as well out there in Australia. And the West Indies, of course, would want to, better their fortunes in the land of the kangaroo.
Well, let's be honest, the West Indies Test team has not really done badly.
Yeah.
Haven't embarrassed themselves. They've been competitive, and that is what you want to see. See, you have already taken your haircut for an impending tour of Australia where it's very hot.
Yeah, I still need to do some cutting up there.
Yeah, I think you should visit the barber. He has changed for you.
I'm my own barber. So,
Visham, let me advise you. Don't cut your hair in the night. You visit Anil Tungiram Lakan and he will guide you. So it's 2 wickets for Hussain, 2 for 27. Hussain was very disappointed after the West Indies exit at the qualifying phase of the World Cup.
yeah, so, the West Indies, hence I say they were going back to Australia, this time the Test team. They want to do well.
Gone. Playing across the line, that one turning away from him, the stock ball turning away from the right-hander, and Goodrich was good enough for just one delivery. Hussain is on a hat-trick.
Yeah, excellent delivery there from Akil Hussain, getting it right up. And Goodrich driving at it, took the outside edge, and Pear snaps it up in slip. Look at that again. Right across the line of it, a straight delivery. No real turn on offer though. And it took the outside edge. So that's the fall of the 8th wicket now for the CCC. Hussain picks up his third. He had 3 for 27.
Excellent bowling here by Hussain. 3 for 27 is the 7th. And Goodrich playing across the line. Things that will get any coach annoyed. And he has to leave the arena. Skipper Ramdin would not be too happy.
Yeah, Ford as well, running out of partners. Matthew Ford, that is. And as Goodrich went, he hung his head there in disgust there. Disappointment there, Matthew Ford.
So, again, playing cricket with not and not thinking about the present situation that your team is in. 94 for 7. Ford is there and 14 of 17. He has looked pretty good. You want to give him support. You want to give him strike. You want to set a goal. Let's get to 125. And when you reach there, let's get to 150. All of a sudden, you get to 175. And you can fight.
Yeah, who knows?
On this track.
Yeah, that could have been a good total. You just never know. But it's just giving yourself that time, that opportunity to score runs. There's a lot of overs left. 24 overs left after this, and you are 94 for 8 because of poor choice of shots.
Really poor shot selections. But Hussain is on a hat trick. Let's look at this. Here's Hussain on a hat trick into Graves. Graves is nicely forward, smothers whatever spin is there.
Yeah, that looked really good there from Romario Graves. Looks like a top order batsman, the way he approached that delivery from Akil Hussain.
Too short, allows Graves the time to leave it unattended. So far, Graves is showing that he wants to stay there in support of Ford. Ooh. Big turn again there, Visham. It's the end of the over. And in case you're wondering what's happening at the BLCA, CCC at 94 for 8.
Yeah, excellent stuff there from a senior campaigner Akil Hussein, and he's another one of the guys that has really shown the worth of international cricket. And there you can see it, the combined campuses and colleges after being inserted by Nicholas Puran and the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. They are 94 for 8. The lone standing Jonathan Drakes, that is, had 38, and Matthew Ford, he's there on 14 not out. The Mario Richards, who looked good at the top of the order, played one shot too many and he went for 14. So Hussein, the pick of the bowlers, with 3 for 27. Jaden Seals 2 for 1. We haven't seen him back just yet. Sunil Narine 2 for 18. Shannon Gabriel 1 for 18 as well.
So we're into the tail here, and Karaya swung around to the southern end in front of the massive stand that adorns that part of the ground. It's a new sign at the top of the stands. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Driving is an appeal for a stump, and not out, says the umpire.
Yeah, the Silver quick hands on that occasion, collecting and whipping off the bails in a flash. But looked as though the back foot of Ford didn't raise there. So luckily for him, he survives.
You look at none for 24. It doesn't tell the story of how good this man has bowled. Better delivery, better line.
Don't think it was well played there by Ford. Had he missed that, that would have certainly been detrimental.
Ken too short, allowing for that opportunity. And there Ronnie Bikram Das's dinner has arrived.
Oh, so they've dropped his dinner and they're leaving.
Yes.
Oh. It's telling me about that.
Raya forcing Ford onto the back foot, and Graves has the right idea. He wants to get off strike. He wants to allow Ford as many balls as possible.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that, and he's doing the right thing. I thought that there could have been a chance for a run out there just now, but Shannon Gabriel not picking up cleanly, not getting it back to the silver as quickly. Don't want to be too harsh on him. He's already put down a catch, Shannon Gabriel.
I'd like to say good evening, well, good night to the owner of one of the best sports goods company in the world. I say the world. Stonehill Sports out of Pakistan, Sialkot to be exact. I want to say good night to Sibkat Ullah Sheikh, who's at Manchester, supports the Liverpool Football Club though, and he has been the one responsible for the beautiful outfits that you see with the the Jamaican Scorpions, the Barbados team as well, the Pride. Just recently Guyana has been around a while. He has been doing that, but just recently Grenada, and he has just gotten a massive deal to supply balls for the English County Championship. So he's a man who has plenty balls, and it's balls of good quality.
Yeah, good quality balls, and it's good to see expansion by Stonehill Company as well.
Not to mention I look at your shirt and I see Stonehill whipped away behind square for 4. He seems to love the shot forward.
Yeah, he loves the shot and he's playing it quite well, and that's good to see. He's not being afraid to take on the bowlers, and bowlers of the likes of Akil Hussein as well, who's doing quite well. Despite the situation, Ford is still been able to score runs. Look at that. Well played shot there, backward of square leg for 4. Hussein would have to rebound from that one. Let's see how he comes back here. This time Ford cutting at it, but good stop there by Jason Mohammed. Backward point, diving away to his right, getting that right hand out. Ford gets through for a single again, so he's rotating the strike here, Matthew Ford. And, it's good to see him not being afraid to give Graves the strike as well. Graves has just faced 5 deliveries, hasn't scored a run just yet, but Ford, he's on 20 of 23. As Mr. Anil Lakan comes back into the commentary booth. I would have to ask him a question soon about something I saw. We'll have to wait after this delivery. This one is into the air. He could be out here. Seals puts it down. But what a magnificent effort, you have to say, Coach Anil Lakan.
Excellent effort from Jaden Seals. That ball was always moving away from him. And with his reach and height, he couldn't have gone any further to get that ball. But we look at the replay.
Yeah, ball wide outside the off stump, turning not the best of shots again from the CCC batsman, but Jaden Seals, talk about effort. This one, what a comeback there from Hussein. The 100 comes up for the combined campuses and colleges as well, 102 for 8. When Shannon Gabriel put down that catch, I saw you run out the commentary box, Mr. Anil Lakan. The door slammed on us. Saying, what went into the head of Mr. Anil Lakan? What just happened? Not a good delivery there by Hussein.
I guess it's a case of, being too simple, Visham. And I just felt at the last moment, Shannon just took his eyes off the ball. An elementary mistake, someone who has played straight internationally, and it was a bit of a disappointment, if I may say so. But that's how it goes.
Hussein changing things up now. Over the wicket. Angling the ball across the right-handed Romario Graves. And that completes 28. It's 102 for 8. CCC batting first here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy after being sent in by, of course, Nicholas Puran.
Well, Nicholas Puran has played his cards very close to, played his strums very close to his heart, if you ask me, Visham, in the sense that he's allowed the spinners to really take the workload of the bowling, and I must admit that the surface has been very conducive as well to the spinners. Now, if CCC were to get anyway to 150, 175 with the track doing as much as it is at the moment.
Well, there's a loud appeal for leg before. Not out, says the umpire.
And again I question the responsibility of these batters, Visham. You're 102 for 8. There's 22 overs to bat, and this is the shot selection. I'm sure Coach Floyd Reefer, he would be fuming at this stage.
Well, that may have just impacted the batsman just outside the off stump. Hence the decision by the umpire. I think it was a good call.
No, I have no qualms about the batters playing the reverse sweep or the conventional sweep, but it must be played on length. It can't be played when the ball is on the pitch in terms of when it's too full.
Yeah, that was certainly too full there to play that shot. Again, that just demonstrates the poor choice of shots by the CCC batsmen.
But it also states that they have been doing a lot of sweep shots as well in practice.
Yeah.
So sometimes, I'm just guessing that they possibly premeditating that sweep shot as well.
Yeah, that is also a possibility. Again, picking the right balls to play the respective shots. Let's see how Ford goes here. He's played well though. He's played the sweep shot well. We've seen that. But that reverse sweep shot that he played earlier in the over certainly looked
One would have thought, Visham, that
Mm-hmm.
if you want to execute that reverse shot, that ball has to be pitched on about outside the line of the off stumps. There's absolutely no danger in terms of the ball going on to hit the stumps if you miss.
Yes, Carey again. This one played uppishly. Took the outside edge there. And that man, Otley, was in the way, was it?
No, it's
Hussein.
Akil Hussein.
Yeah.
So Yannick Karaya floating this ball up, inviting Ford to go for that booming drive. Once you're not close enough, Visham, you are going to put yourself in a lot of problems.
Let's see what happens here. Oh, that's a good delivery from Carrier. And that completes another brilliant over. 25 runs conceded by Carrier in 6 overs. As Mr. Mamchan said, it doesn't tell the story about how well he has bowled.
Well, you've had some very unlucky inside edges and stuff like that flew out to the boundary. But take nothing away. Those 3 spinners, Sunil Narine, Akil Hussain, and Yannick Correa, I mean, they've really put on a masterclass when it comes to an exhibition of the variation of spin bowling.
Yeah, all of the spinners, Akil Hussain, Sunil Narine and Carrier, talk about variation today. Oh boy, it was special thus far from them. And Hussain is going to continue 102 for 8.
If anything, Visham, I'm just thinking that this surface is possibly providing a bit too much. It's a bit too much spin bias in terms of what we've seen thus far.
Yeah, certainly gripping and turning. We are seeing that quite a lot. You know, the spinners that are in the CCC ranks, they would be licking their lips, as I said earlier, but the question is whether the total that they set here, whether that would be enough for them to work with.
Well, Ford and Greaves, they have a big, huge responsibility in order to ensure that they get as much runs as possible and bat as much overs as possible as well, Vishal.
Yeah, definitely so. And here's the king, as you like to call him, Sunil Narine.
Well, you've earned that name around the globe, Vishal.
He's earned it. He's earned so much across the globe. He's a big player in any team that he plays for. And
I'll tell you what, if you're part of a coaching staff and you do not discuss the likes of Sunil Narine, something is wrong with that think tank.
A man with over 163 list A wickets. That's the man that is operating at the moment for the Red Force. You've had over 470 wickets in T20 cricket, 474 to be exact. My oh my, what a career by this man.
And he just seems to be getting even better as he gets older. You look at him at practice, the intensity, the professionalism in which he carries about himself. I mean, it really savors, to just sit back, and look at these guys ply their trade even when they are practicing. I tell you, it's a rare feature that you're going to witness, Visham.
Well, Narine, he's aging like fine wine. How about that one there, Anil Lakan?
Well, he's only getting better with age. And, it's glowing tribute to a man who has really done tremendously well in the best white ball tournament in T20, the best domestic T20 in the world, the IPL, and every year he goes, he definitely leaves, markings of, that legacy that he has done.
Yeah, certainly so. Sunil Narine completes that over 7 overs, 2 for 18. It's 102 for 8 after 30 overs. On that note, we'll have a double change in the commentary box. Mr. Vinod Mamchan and Ronnie Bikram Das.
Thanks a lot, Visham and Anil. So we're back here, 102 for 8. Let me say good afternoon to Ronnie Bikram Das, who was here from since ball 1, taking in the action. Good afternoon, Ronnie. CCC leaving a lot to be desired.
Yes, good afternoon, Vinod, and good afternoon to all our viewers. Yes, CCC Day in a bit of problems, and it was said before, some poor shot selections. Considering the situation that your team in, you saw a lot of poor shot selections from a couple of the players, and it's the reason why they are in this situation at the moment.
Yeah, you look at Ford, and he's played proper cricket, and yes, the pitch is taking a lot of turn, but still, I think once you really want to put your head down and bat, Drake's did it. Now you're seeing Ford doing it. At least put a price on your wicket.
Yeah, and you're facing, we saw earlier, you're facing the likes of Sunil Narine. He's one of the better white ball bowlers in the world currently. Mm-hmm. And you want to play the reverse shot. Reverse sweep to him in the 18th over. Why are you doing that with your team already down 5 wickets?
I think McCarthy would have really struggled to convince his coach that that was a proper shot, given the time as well when it was played, not thinking on his feet, not playing the match situation. I think that has led to the sorry state of the innings at the moment.
Yeah, definitely it has. But you can't take anything away from the bowling. The bowlers have really stuck to their task. The spinners, they're utilizing the wicket properly. They're getting a lot of pitches from the wicket. And the spinners are bowling us nice, tidy line and length, which makes it difficult for the batters as well.
Yeah, and they haven't really tried to overdo it, given the assistance that they've gotten. What I think the Trinidad Tobago bowlers have done well here is to just do the basics right. And they have been aided by really poor shot selection by the CCC.
Yeah, in this format, it's 50 overs. That's a lot of overs. There's no need. Oh, and this one, he's gone.
Yep.
He's got him. Correa has taken the outside edge, and a good catch again from Carey Pear there at first slip. And that's the 9th wicket going down there, Vinod.
Carey Pear taking that one low down, and Correa finally getting rewards for his bowling. He's bowled well today without reward. Let's have a look at this. Finally getting his reward. 103 for 9. Well. Carey Pear clutching that one at first slip. And
it's a typical leg spinner dismissal there. That one pitching on that middle and leg and just ripping across the right hander. Nothing much he can do there but get that outside edge. So that's wonderful bowling there from Correa. And he picks up his first wicket, I believe, yes, his first wicket. As you mentioned, very unsuccessful. He bowled really well thus far in this innings, and he was unable to pick up those wickets, but finally he got that reward that he deserved.
CCC, of course, you being an educator, university man, University of Trinidad and Tobago, any of your students on the CCC team? I know your neighbor, Dennis Ramden, is there as a captain.
Yes. Dinesh Ramden is there as a captain. Well, one of my students, actually, my final project students, he was on the trials. That's Keon Paul. He was on the trials for the CCC team, and he did mention to me that it was a very nice experience for him, and being in the mix with the likes of Dinesh Ramden, Kali Charan, and then the coaches, for Reef and all these fellas. So he did ask me, what advice he could give, and I told him, well, just do what you are capable of. Go out there, show them what you can do with the bat and in the ball in the field. And I also told him, talk to Floyd Reefer. He's an excellent coach. He gives advice, especially to the younger guys coming up. He likes to work with these guys. So I tell him, talk to the likes of Floyd Reefer and the other coaches and get information. You may not be able to, do well, convince them that, yes, you deserve to be on the team. But at least you should leave there with some sort of information in terms of how you can take your game further.
Excellent indeed. It's all about just getting the opportunity, being in there, and coming out of that situation, that camp, that trial, a better player.
Correct.
And no better man than the reefer to impart that knowledge at that level. And at the moment, 103 for 9. That's 1 wicket to go for the TNT Red Force, and they would have extended their unbeaten run. Remember, they won the last tournament without losing a game.
Yes, definitely, and it's good to see them continuing that form. And the bowlers have really come trumps here today. The likes of, who started it off, the likes of Seals, 2 overs, 1 wicket for 2 runs. This is good. As you can see, the batting card there, not really much to talk about. Just Drake's, as you mentioned earlier, he's only one stand out there with 38 from 40 deliveries, and Ford currently there not out on 21. Richards did well on top, but Sears got the better of him early on. And there you could see the captain, Dinesh Ramden, Mr. Mamchan is pointing out the captain there.
Yeah, Dinesh actually didn't score, but he faced 23 deliveries. There is something in that, Ronnie. There's a lesson in that. Forget the fact that Ramdin didn't score, but what he did was to occupy the crease with 23 deliveries because he knew that looking to play rash shots on that track, there's no future in that. And I think if the others would have seen his approach, that was the approach to take. Not to make the duck,
Yeah.
but, occupy the crease. And, unfortunately, he didn't score. But had he continued to bat through that period, who knows, he might have still been there and the situation might have been different.
Yeah, and he did middle the ball a lot, but he kept hitting the fielders. And you could see he was getting a bit frustrated by hitting the fielders. But yes, it do happen. It happens to the best of players. It's how you get out of that situation makes you a better player. And, he let that situation get the better of him, and he got out. When he already got himself settled, he should have look to go beyond that. All right, fine, I'm hitting the fielders. Let me just look to not hit the ball too hard. Just push it into the gap rather than try to hit the gaps.
Let's
And
play
get
it
a
a little
single.
later.
Correct.
Play it earlier. Just to change things up.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right? And, just give yourself an opportunity. But it didn't happen for him. But
Quick run. Good call there by Ford, looking to farm the strike, so to speak. That's the one delivery. Narine has to go, and he will be asking Ali to survive this one delivery.
yeah, it's not a good sight to see the CCC 106.9, and they normally do give a good fight. And in the not the last tournament, the previous tournament, we saw them beating the Red Force to get into the finals. So they do normally, give a good account for themselves. But it's sad to see the way they batted today. Yes, barring that there was some good bowling as well from the Red Force. At the end of the over, it's 106 for 9. There you can see the bowling. Akil Hussein, the standout. 3 for 34 from his 8 overs. And as you mentioned, Seals earlier on, 2 wickets for 1 run from his 4. And evenly supported by Sunil Narine, 2 for 21 from his 8. And Karaya, he picked up 1 for 26 from his 7. Also, Shannon Gabriel bowled really well up front, beat the bat a lot. He picked up 1 for 18 of his 5.
So it's going to be Carrier to continue from the southern end. Backing away is Ford, who seems to be at home against the slower bowlers. I was looking at Seeds, 2 for 1, and that's Seeds in your... In fact, that was Darren Bravo. And you're looking at Seeds, 2 for 1 and 4. I would have brought him back now to just end the innings. Because in tournament cricket, and I keep saying this is not bilateral. This is tournament cricket. Pulled away for 4. Bad line on that occasion there by Karaya. And that's 4. You look at tournament cricket, and when you play tournament cricket, net run rate always tends to play a part later on. So you look to finish the innings as quickly as possible and look to get the runs as quickly as possible as well.
Yeah, definitely. And the batters, they seem comfortable against the spinners now. And there you can see another sweep shot from Ford. And he picks up, that's Ali, sorry. He picks up another boundary. So he seemed to be comfortable against the spinners.
Yep.
And he's the number 11 batsman.
Well,
So it shows that you are right in terms of bringing the fast bowlers back. And I totally agree with that. I was about to say that before you mentioned it, actually. And it's right to bring back the fast bowlers now. 9, yes, he's bowling well, but you need to get this final wicket as soon as possible.
So stop. We need to go down the ground.
So
Two
as you
similar
mentioned,
shots.
sorry, as you mentioned Seals, I think it's an opportunity for him to come back and pick up this last wicket, or even the likes of Gabriel, because they are the tail enders, the lower order, if you wish.
A swing and a miss. Obviously, you want to give your fast bowler some work, some overs under the belt in the tournament as well. Unless he has some sort of niggling injury, I would have brought him back, look, to finish the innings.
Correct. Because Seals has just bowled 4 overs and Gabriel only 5.
Driving.
And again, you can see the batters, they are really comfortable against the spinners. Yes, the likes of Narine, we saw in the previous over a reverse sweep from Ford. So they are comfortable against the spinners now. They are pretty much set. Ford, that is 25 from 37 deliveries. So he's pretty much set and he's looking to play the spinners on merit. So you can see Akil Hussain is coming into the attack now. He replaces Sunil Narine from this northern end. So again, yes, he's looking for the spinners to rip through the order, but I think I totally agree with you in the fast bowlers being the better option here.
So Hussain is going to continue. Remember, 3 so far for him. Just relaxing the pressure a bit here, Puran, by moving away the second slip and sitting it off. That one goes on with the arm. The fleet-footed Ali is able to push it away. It's Ford.
Yeah.
Edged. And that'll go away for 4. Ford. 37. So that's the end of the innings. Trinidad and Tobago wrapping up the CCC for 119, and the final wicket there falling to Akil Hussain.
Yeah, definitely. You can see there, this one pitched up and looking to go into that mid-wicket region. But that's an excellent catch there, an excellent catch. Diving away to his right and picking it up one hand. That's Carrier again. That's Carrier, sorry. And that's the end of the inning. So Akil Hussain, he picks up 4 for 38 from his 3.8. And they are all out for 120, is it?
Yeah,
So
120.
yeah, that's the end of the innings. They are the combined campuses and colleges. They are bowled out here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for 120 of 33.3 overs. As we just saw, Akil Hussain, the star of the show, picking up 4 for 38 from his 8.3 overs.
So Hussain the star, and that's the end of the innings here for the CCC. We take a short break. We'll be back very soon, looking at the bowling figures just before we leave.
Yes, as you can see the bowling figures, Akil Hussain, as you mentioned, the star of the show, 4 for 38 from his 8.3 overs. Shannon Gabriel, he bowled 5 overs, 1 for 18. Steals, to me, the pick of the bowlers, really, 4 overs, 2 for 1. It's excellent bowling from him. Sunil Narine on his return, 2 for 21 from his 8 overs, and Yannick Carrier, he picked up 1 for 36 from his 8. So at the end of it there, the end of the combined campuses and colleges, you can see the batting, not really much to talk about there except the likes of Drake's 38 and Ford. He ended up not out on 25 from 37. Yeah, so
Ali
Richards.
13 in the end there, but sorry, Ronnie. Going back to this, you would see the guys who are willing to spend some time out there got runs. So it's not that the pitch is terrible. Yes, it's assisting the slower bowlers, but it's slow turn. So after final comments from Ronnie Bikram Das, we take a short break and we'll be right back.
Yeah, so it's a good showing there for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowlers. They're picking up that 10 wickets in 33.3 overs and restricting them to just 120. So they will feel that is a job done for them, the bowlers that is in their part, and it's up to the batters now to really put their heads down and get that 120. 21 for victory. As been mentioned, if they can get it as fast as possible to keep your run rate up nice, that will be excellent. But we'll join us, after this little break as we see how this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will go about this chase, whether it will be they will try to get it as soon as possible or just take their time and get to that score. We'll see what happens after the break. Join us in about 40 minutes or so when we get the second innings and that chase from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Well, welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's action in match 3 of the CG United Super 50 Cup 2022. It's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force taking on combined campuses and colleges. The situation as it stands: the combined campuses and colleges, after being sent in by the Red Force team, they amassed 119, Drake's 38, Matthew Ford 37. So 120 is what the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team would require to attain victory. And the two opening batsmen for the home team in the series thus far, that's the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, that they are Joshua Da Silva and Keon Otley, and Matthew Ford is the man with the ball in hand for the combined campuses and colleges. And the man alongside me now is Mr. Andrew Chan. Welcome, Andrew.
Good afternoon, Visham, and good afternoon once again to all our viewers on the West Indies Cricket YouTube channels and whatever other platforms. This is the CG United Super 50. 120, not a stiff total to get, and I will really be hoping that Otley and Da Silva take a big chunk out of it and show their class in the middle.
Well, Ford is someone who can swing the ball quite a bit, and we saw that when he played for the St. Lucia franchise in the Caribbean Premier League. He loves the new ball, Andrew Chan. So it's going to be quite interesting how he operates with this new ball. And if the CCC team is to, overhaul this dominant Red Force unit, I think they would need some early wickets. They would want to get right into this Red Force batting lineup because it's not that big of a total.
Definitely. And that's why I say it's a good opportunity for but specifically Otley, but more Da Silva as well too, to get some runs on the board, spend some time in the middle. Ford with a very straight run up. And that one, Otley is off the mark. Will get that close to the fine leg boundary, but he'll pick up 2. Able to turn that one down to the leg side after it was badly aligned there by Matty Ford.
Yeah, he was just using his feet there, Keon Otley, looking to negate whatever swing there may be, whatever movement there may be on offer, doing that well. In the end, it was on his hips, and he played it nicely down to that fielder at a wide, fine leg. Here's Matthew Ford, the vice-captain of the CCC team. This one worked away nicely through the gap, forward of point, and Otley gets 2 more. So the score rolls up to 4 without loss. And the situation, as we said, Andrew Chan, 120 to get for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. What do you write that effort down to from the CCC? How did that effort went?
Well, I think their batting didn't click at all, other than Jonathan Drake's and another person who got into the double figures. Another widely aligned delivery by Ford down the leg side for a wide. So I think that was a major problem. Of course, it was good bowling, good fielding all round. Akil Hussain with 4 wickets for 38 runs. Sunil Narine chipping in with 2. Jaden Seals getting 2 for 1. Imagine you bowl 4 overs and you get 2 for 1 and you don't get to bowl again.
Yeah.
So I think it was just an all-round good performance by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the field. And it really shone there in terms of the scorecard and how they were limiting the CCC. Otley advancing down outside the track again, and that one squirted down to third man for a single. He's trying to negate the swing that you mentioned Matthew Ford has on display. He's coming out of his crease a little bit, just trying to step out, maybe throw the bowler off his line. A bold move by Otley, you'd have to say, especially in the first over of this game. But I don't know if the instructions were hey guys, let's go out and get this total as fast as we can, or just play the natural game.
Yeah, maybe these small totals, tend to affect teams sometimes. The approach is key. It's either you go out there and play positive cricket. That's what more than likely the coaches would tell you. Go out there and play positive cricket. Yes, it's a small total, and you don't want to bog yourself down. If the ball is there to be hit, hit it. If it's there to, play the ball on its merit, Andrew Chan, as the first over comes to an end. It's 6 without loss. Otley on 5. Da Silva yet to get off the mark. Trinidad and Tobago requiring 120 here this afternoon for a victory.
I think it will be a good training, like to set an internal team total. Like, hey, let's try to get let's try to get these runs in 25 overs. Yes, we can take 50 overs to get these runs, and it's it's nice when you use up your wickets, or you use up your deliveries, I should say. As Nathan Edward, I believe, is coming into the attack, the man with the Fidel Edwards-like run-up.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Nathan Edward. Remember, we saw him in that under 19 tournament, Andrew Chan, at Gilbert Park, when you and I were on commentary. He bowled beautifully. Both him and Solomon Bascom.
And I'm glad he's getting the opportunity here. I haven't seen Solomon Bascom in any of the lineups for the teams. But I'm glad to see that at least Nathan Edward is getting a chance here with the CCC.
Yeah, he is. This one crashed away through the offside, and that's for welcome, Nathan Edward.
With offer there, and Keon Otley is not going to miss out on that one. In eighth, Edward is not the tallest of fellows, so he does have a little bit of sling. And he did get some bounce on that delivery, but it was badly aligned. And nicely put away by Otley, I have to say.
Yeah, there was Otley forcing that one nicely through the offside. Yeah, you have to say, Otley, as we know him, he's not someone who's going to let the bowler settle. And there he is again, through the offside, not making contact as cleanly as the first one. And he's able to pick up a single.
But I think immediately you can see the difference in pace between the likes of Shannon Gabriel and Jaden Seals versus Matthew Ford and Nathan Edward. Shannon and Jaden definitely got that ball coming on a lot faster. This is a new ball. It is approaching dusk here at the Barryland Cricket Academy, so the lights are on. A lovely, lovely atmosphere here. And the crowd is building up all the time, Visham Malman.
Yeah, the artificial light has come on. And the crowd is coming in their numbers as well to support the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. A number of fans have turned up to support the CCC unit as well. It's good to see fans coming out to look at the players do their work. A number of family members, of course, of these players would be here.
It's a good opportunity to come and watch some first-class cricket for sure.
What is more impressive is that it's a Monday afternoon and fans are still here. That's what impressive, Andrew Chan. 2 more deliveries to go in the over. Edward coming back well after being trashed for 4 in the first delivery.
Yeah, most definitely. He's hit his line and length here. And I have to say credit to him, he's adjusted well to having Josh De Silva, because Keon Otley, of course, a left-handed batter. Josh De Silva, quiet on the other end, facing 3 deliveries. Hasn't scored a run yet.
Joshua De Silva, while, wanting to score big runs for the Red Force team in these opening games, here he is off the mark. A lovely turn there into the onside. And yeah, while he would want to, go big and score a lot of runs there for the Red Force in these opening matches, he would also want to use this as a foundation for that all-important series that the West Indies will be playing in Australia come November.
Yes, of course, that's what he's looking forward to. That's what I'm sure he's planning with, and it's the back of his mind. But of course, getting time in the middle and viewing and playing cricket would be all important.
Edward with the final delivery of the over. Back of a length to Otley, who is back and just punching it nicely to the fielder, though, at the end of 2. They are scoring at 6 runs and over at the moment. It's 12 without loss.
I did have a concern, Visham, that this series, of course, finishes on November the 19th, being the final, and the West Indies tour of Australia starts very early in December. So I was hoping that that they would get enough time. I mean, I would have liked to see the test team, for example, be in Australia at least a month before getting acclimatized to the condition. So I'm not sure how that's going to work out. I don't know if players like Josh De Silva, Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip will be leaving this tournament early and are just using the opportunity to get some time in the middle. Ford to continue to De Silva,
That's the movement I was talking about there, Andrew. Sharp movement into the right hand. The Silva, a chance for a run out. Not the best of throws there into the gloves of Ramdin. And in the end, the Silva threw for 2 runs.
Doing quite well, De Silva. He put the field under pressure to get those 2 runs. Even by the time the throw was coming back in, he was pretty much already in his crease. So excellent running from him.
Joshua De Silva.
And I think that is one of the things that that people tend to admire about Josh De Silva. For a young fellow, he has quite an intelligent head on his shoulders. And
He has.
He seems to understand the game a little bit. Or he seems to understand the game quite well, understand the nuances and the ebbs and the flows of it. And I think that's what you want to see. You want to see. I don't want to say Odin McCarthy, but don't reverse sweep a Sunil Narine straight ball sort of thing when your team is in trouble.
Yeah, of all people, you don't want to be reverse sweeping Sunil Narine. Sunil the King Narine is Ford again. Matthew Ford. Oh, some movement there again, but a bit too short. Allows the Silva to have the time, Andrew, to stay on that back foot, judge the ball, and play it nicely into the offside.
He played that underneath his eyes as well, Visham. So he realizes that Ford is offering that little bit of swing. So you play it as late as possible to negate that swing. I don't know about you, but I feel very nervous with Anil Lakan sitting over my shoulder taking notes. And as soon as I finish my stint in commentary, he'll tell me, well, Andrew, this was right and this was wrong.
Yeah.
But of course, it's always constructive criticism from the man resplendent in his red, white and black outfit. Did you notice his shoes are red, white and black as well?
Everything on the man is red, white and black, Andrew. He's a patriotic guy.
Well, his outerwear, Visham Lalman, I don't want to know
Well,
about
of course, his
innerwear.
outerwear, Andrew Chan.
His innerwear, he can keep a secret to himself.
Well, we don't want to delve into that. Here's Ford. Oh, that's a good delivery again. This time, though, De Silva working it nicely into the offside. Good chase there.
Again, playing it late to Silva, playing it very, very late, seeing what swing was on offer, and then opening the face and driving it pleasantly through cover. Didn't try to hit it too hard at all either.
Yeah, De Silva with an average in List A cricket of 34.84, 453 runs in 15 List A matches. And he has a good List A career thus far. Not a lengthy one, but one that is fruitful. And this is a good shot for 4. De Silva earns himself his first boundary here this afternoon. At the end of 3 overs, it's 20 without loss. Otley is on 10. De Silva is on 9. And this is a good start here by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is, again, this is what you want to see from your young opening pair. Again, De Silva, 24 years old, with international experience. Keon Otley on the fringes of the Trinidad and Tobago side, getting an opportunity to open here and showing his capabilities. Because, of course, we know in this lineup, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has Evan Lewis, perennial big hitter, and Jeremy Solazano, who is a very adept young batsman at working the ball around and showing his worth.
But Evan Lewis, of course, missing the first game due to injury concerns. So that gives Otley the opportunity to open it up and see what he can do. And who knows, if he scores runs here, finishes off this game for the Red Force team, this could see him continuing as the opener.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, he's usually a middle order player.
He opens quite a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, he opens quite a lot.
Well, it's good to see that he's developing different facets of his game.
Yeah, definitely so. Here's Edward pitching this one up at pace, though. He's rushing Otley at times, you have to say. And Otley, of course, he was a surprise selection in the West Indies ODI squad that toured Bangladesh back in 2021. And, of course, he earned his chance to impress at the age of 31 on the international scene, Andrew, when several senior players would have declined selection at that point in time. So that's something that Utley has as well. Played for the West Indies. He's looking to pull this time. He has to settle for 1. So that takes the Red Force team to 21 without loss. 99 runs needed again for them. Wickets, the name of the game at the moment for the CCC. That's what they need, Andrew.
Well, definitely. I think they'd like to build some pressure at the moment, and really and truly, I think Edwards and Ford have done an okay job. The Trinidad and Tobago batters haven't gotten off to a flyer by any means.
This one whipped away off the legs by the Silver. Good work there by the fielder. And the Silver gets 2. Good running. That's smart cricket. Not looking to overhit the ball, playing the ball on its merit. It's there to just noodle into the onside. At pace as well. Using that pace and picking up 2 runs, Andrew.
Yeah, definitely. So I love the urgency between the wickets between these two. They seem to have a good understanding. I don't know if they would have batted too many times together opening. And this is a very good curtain opener for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. As you see Edward coming in again. Bit of an inside edge by De Silva, and he'll get that one down to the fine leg region. But definitely to get into the groove, to get back into the game, because of course their next game on November the 2nd will be against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, so that will definitely be a little bit of a sterner test than the CCC. So I think this is a very good game for Trinidad and Tobago, for the Red Force, to play around, maybe tinker with their team a little bit, you know. I also feel like maybe some of their fringe players could have played this opening game. However, you do want your best team out on the field at all times.
Yeah, and speaking about the Harpy Eagles, you speak about that game at the Queen's Park Oval in just a bit. The over comes down and 4 overs bowled. This over seeing a single, a double and another single. So that's 5 runs coming off the over. 24 without loss. They're scoring at 6 at the moment. Yeah, and looking at that game, Andrew, that was recently concluded at the Queen's Park Oval, Guyana, they were comprehensively beaten by the Windward Island Volcanoes. 296 for 4, the Windward Islands team, on the back of a brilliant century by Alec Atenez, 133, Johnson Charles, 64, Kavim Hodge, 42. And well, the Guyana team, they amassed 268 all out in 46.4 overs. Tej Narine Chandapal, who recently earned his first test call-up for the West Indies team to tour Australia, he had 48 of 47. Leon Johnson, 22. Devin Imlach, 36. Sherfane Rutherford, 28. And you can see here at the Brandline Cricket Academy, you're seeing the ground staff being called on just to, apply that pounder, as you would say, Andrew Chan. How do you describe that?
I call it a pounder as well. I don't know what else. Maybe Hani Lakan could give us the official name of it. I know Luchet is the one that would be used to dig.
To dig, correct. And a Rama is what you would call that. I was wondering if the Rama was the right name, because I normally hear it being called a Rama. But I was wondering if that's the right name for it.
But that's an unfortunate batting lineup, as we see Ford comes in again. That's an unfortunate batting lineup here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, because all their major batters got starts. Tej Narine Chandapal, Leon Johnson, Tevin Imlach, even Sherfane Rutherford got some runs on the board. Kevin Sinclair with a well-played 33. So they clearly have the batting prowess to do some damage.
Yeah.
All credit to the Windward Islands Volcanoes for doing so well.
Shimron Meyer had 12 as well. Oh, what a delivery there from Matthew Ford. That's what he can do. I told you, Andrew Chan.
Well played in the end by De Silva. He waited for it, he waited for the spin. He flirted with it a little bit, but was able to, had the presence of mind to ensure that his bat was nowhere near the delivery to get an edge on that one.
Gudakesh Moti for the Guyana Harpy Eagles had 31 not out, and Veerasamy Permaul batting at number 11. He had 28. Here's Ford. De Silva just dropping the hands there at the very last moment. Soft hands.
And this is, of course, Zone B in the CG United Super 50. So we have Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, the CCC and the Windward Island in this group, while the Leeward Islands, West Indies Academy, Barbados, and Jamaica are playing up in Antigua, the land of 365 beaches. So it's a lot of cricket coming up as Ford continues to the silver. And that's a lovely push through the covers. Not trying to hit that one too hard at all, Josh De Silva. And it will just get into the ropes now. Beautiful shot. Low down on it, all along the turf. 4 classic runs from Josh De Silva.
Yeah, classic indeed. And Josh De Silva is known for his classy nature. Have a look at that again. It deserves another look. Leaning into that, presenting the full face of the bat, and hitting nothing but the middle of the bat, the meat, as you would say. And it raced along the coveted carpet here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Here we go again, Matthew Ford. Oh, and he's edging, is he? No, he's not. And some movement there.
No feet movement to match that delivery. That was the other thing. His feet was completely and utterly stagnant. A moral victory there for Matthew Ford after being spanked through the covers before. I've always enjoyed Joshua De Silva's batting because he's a very minimalist batsman. It's not a lot of flair. It's not a lot of movement. It's just clinical movement towards the ball.
This time cutting, but finds a fielder at a backward point. That completes 5 overs here in the second innings. It's 28 without loss. And, speaking about Joshua De Silva, Joshua De Silva would have risen. His career would have elevated quickly after that Namalco Under 23 Cup back in 2019. I'm not sure if you, Mr. Anil, can remember that tournament, that Under 23 tournament. Joshua De Silva would have scored 100 in that tournament. He would have scored a number of runs. And since then, his career just escalated to real high heights, Andrew Chan, you have to say. This one worked away by Otley as Nathan Edward continues. Otley gets 2. Yeah.
I like the understanding these two seem to have because at the beginning, Otley seemed to be the one putting the pressure on. Now, as Josh De Silva has acclimatized, he's actually taken over Otley in the scoring. But they're still going along at just about a run of ball. De Silva 16 off 18, Otley 13 off 13. So they seem to have that good understanding between the wickets. And again, understanding the ebb and flows of a game.
What a pull shot there by Otley. Have to settle for 1.
That was such a lovely sound of the bat. I was looking for that on the boundary, but when that one, he connected with that one quite nicely. And once again, a switch over in the field, in the batters. So they got that single, and now De Silva is back on strike. Edward has to contend with adjusting for the right-handed batter now.
Yeah, and that puts pressure on a bowler. It puts pressure on a captain. And someone like Dinesh Ramdin, the skipper of the CCC team, he would know all about this. And of course, he would know how to counter this challenge. But he has a group of youngsters that he needs to work with here. And you need to instill that confidence, that knowledge into them. The chance for a run out. And had there been a direct hit there, that could have been Otley being sent home. But he lives to fight another day there, Keon Otley.
Certainly a risky run there, but you have to back yourself between the wickets, and these two seem to be fairly quick between the wickets. But certainly a chancy run there from Otley.
Well, you certainly looks a comfortable man in the commentary box, Andrew Chan. As much as comfortable the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force dugout looks, you look very comfortable here.
I'm enjoying the cricket. It's been a while since we got to commentate on some cricket here. I'm just enjoying the moment here, Vishal.
Yeah, definitely. And Otley didn't look comfortable at all playing that push just now into the offside, just dropping short of the two fielders. Nathan Edward, he come back well. He came back well, you have to say. None for 14 in 2.4 overs. This one tailing back in to the left-handed Keon Otley, and Otley would have had his maiden list day 100 back in 2019 in that tournament, the 2019-2020 Regional Super 50 tournament, this said tournament. And of course, he would have previously played 2 games for the West Indies A in a series against India back in 2019 as well, Andrew. Otley has been in and around the circuit for quite a while, and this one not getting up. He's struck, and he's struck in the uncomfortable position, Andrew, that you would know all about. 6 overs bowled, 32 without loss.
Well, any batter worth his salt gets struck in that position, you know exactly what pain feels like. And Otley doesn't look any worse for the wear at this position. Concerning the CCC bowlers, what I have to say is that while they bowl well, they don't seem to be striking. It's more of a system of containment. Visham Lalman, there isn't that X factor from these bowlers that you'd have seen from Shannon Gabriel, that you'd have seen from Jaden Seals.
Yeah.
They have them on their toes. Marky Ford is swinging the ball, and he's swinging the ball quite nicely, but he's not at an express pace where it's really going to trouble a batsman of De Silva's caliber, who's faced bowlers of the likes of Kagiso, Rabada, Trent Boult.
Your comfort has taken you places, Andrew Chan. This one just outside the off stump there from Joshua De Silva. And pushing it into the offside. And Otley's on 14, De Silva is on 17, 32 without loss. Here the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Lovely start, lovely foundation for the innings. And for the chase of 120 set, of course, by CCC. And that's a better line, that's a better length there from Matthew Ford. He has been consistent. And I really like that point you brought up. The X-Factor bowler, that wicket-taking bowler. That's what you need when you're in this situation. And you know, if I'm Dinesh Ramdin, I'm seeing that, hey, Matthew Ford and Nathan Edward, they're not really working out. I would look to introduce another bowler at this moment. Maybe a spinner. We saw the spinners doing excellent work for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So maybe that can be a ploy. What a piece of fielding there.
I was powerfully struck there by Josh De Silva. A good feeling by that fielder at mid-off to stop that. Visham Lalman looking at my off-screen photos.
Well, I'm seeing you on an advertisement at the moment, Andrew Chan. Here's 4. And this one, back of a length. He's mixing up his lines, his lengths nicely. But he has not been able to break through for the CCC. And yeah, you need to try something here if you're a CCC member.
Well, looking at the CCC's lineup here, so potential bowlers to come. Of course, not Dinesh Ramdin, he's behind the stump. So we have Amari Goodrich, Demario Richards, Isaiah Ali, Jonathan Drake, Kirsten Kalicharan, who's not very much known as a bowler, Odain McCarthy, Romario Greaves, and Xavier Burton. We'll have to see what options Dinesh Ramdin has at his disposal. I suspect he may bowl these two for the 10 over mark, maybe the 8 over mark, 4 or 5 overs each, and then make an adjustment because they performed well. They haven't performed spectacularly, but they haven't really been beaten. And
Oh,
delivery.
What a magnificent delivery there from Matthew Ford. De Silva playing inside the line of that delivery, and Ford has broken through for the CCC. Is this the start of something special? Let's have a look at that again. This, though, is something special. Pitching on about the off stump and moving away. De Silva had no answer to that delivery, and Matthew Ford strikes for the CCC.
I would say that pitch on middle and off, and just tailed away from De Silva to clip the top of that off stump. He was beaten by a very, very good delivery, but you'd have to say you think he should have covered that a little bit better. But a good little start here from Josh De Silva. Red Force lose their first wicket at 32 for 1 at the end of the 7th over. And the new batter is Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed. How well has he played? He has dominated regional cricket. You know, Andrew Chan, the last Super 50 tournament. My oh my. He really did some damage for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Jason Nazimuddin Mohammed.
A very belated entry into the West Indies team as well, and he did take his chances when he was offered them.
The man from Barakpur, Jason Mohammed. Well, are we going to see some spin here now, Andrew Chan? Yes, I was just speaking about introducing a spinner, because we saw what happened in the batting of the CCC. The spinners, Carrier, Akil Hussain, Sunil Narine, they absolutely wrecked the lineup of the CCC team. So, you know, it's good to see a spinner here being introduced. It looks to be Graves, Romario Graves, coming in, the off spinner. And he would be licking his lips as well, not just because the pitch has been offering up some spin, because he's bowling to a left-hander.
Casual there from Otley, not using his feet at all, just poking the bat out of that one. It was a loosener as well from Graves. But Otley needs to resettle himself here.
Nice and tight there in defence there from Kejon Otley. Good start by Graves. On target immediately. Played down to mid-on. Not offering any chance for a single there. The fielder, good pressure being applied. Now that you have seen that wicket fall, as a team you should be G'd up. And you can clearly see that's happening here for the CCC. It's a different energy now in the field. And Otley forward nicely. Bat and pad close together, head behind it. And solid as a rock.
Good start from Romario Graves. 3 deliveries right on the money immediately.
Oh, Otley there for a moment there. With that backlift of his, you'd have thought that he was looking to, you know, go downtown. In the end, just holding back there, Keon Otley.
He did check his shot there, I believe.
Kali Charan at slip. Oh, looking to sweep. That's a delivery angle down the leg side. This could run away. And it will. 4 wides. Or did he get something onto it? It seemed as though he did get something onto it. So 4 runs to the tally of Otley, 4 to the tally of the Red Force. After 8, it's 36 for 1.
Unfortunate end to the over there for Romario Graves, because he bowled 5 excellent deliveries on the last one. I guess he maybe tried to spare that one a little bit faster, maybe tried to catch Otley going on the back, camping on the back and getting an LBW decision. Unfortunately, it wasn't anything doing from that end. 84 runs in 252 balls. It could be a dolly. It should be a dolly here, Visham Lalman, especially with the batters to come. Nicholas Puran, the captain, of course, Yannick Karaya, Jid Gooley, Darren Bravo. That's a strong batting lineup.
It is a strong batting lineup, Andrew. And you would think that the Red Force would get over the line here, but you still have to wait and see, because you never know. Cricket is a funny game.
Ford will continue.
Here's Matthew Ford, the lone wicket taker thus far for the CCC. We are into the 9th over. 84 required from 251 balls. Remember, if you're just joining us on the Windies Cricket channel on YouTube, the situation at the Branlar Cricket Academy, Trinidad Tobago sent in CCC early after winning the toss, and they dismissed CCC for 119, and they, of course, looking to get 120 for victory at the moment. They are 36 for 1. Jason Mohammed has just joined Keon Utley at the crease, and he's pulling nicely for 4. What a way to get off the mark if you're a batsman, and if you're Jason Mohammed, 4 off your very second delivery.
And it was a lovely swivel here. As we see the replay here, as Ronnie pulls up the replay, it was a beautiful little swivel here by Jason Mohammed. He just swiveled as the ball didn't rise very high. He just swiveled as it just above his midrib and pulled it just behind square, you'd have to say. All along the tooth. Clean connection with that. That's 4 beautiful runs from Jason Mohammed.
And we can see some rain just drizzling across the ground as well. Just a sprinkle. And speaking about that clean connection from Jason Mohammed, clean camera work from Mr. Aldwin Bonyo to the right of us is allowing us to see the slight drizzle across the Branlar Cricket Academy, Andrew Chan.
He certainly isn't putting his feet up on any chairs because he's standing on them all day.
Yeah. He'll have some rubbing of those legs to do tonight. So does Matthew Ford as he runs in. This one crashed, but just into the hands of that man at cover. Looks to be Xavier Burton.
I feel like that one came off just the toe end of the bat. I think if Jason Holder had gotten full connection with that one, they have to be sending the fielder down to Gasparillo to field that one.
Yeah, Gasparillo. That's not too far from here. And certainly Jason Mohammed, he has some work to do here for the Red Force team. Didn't have the best of first class seasons. There's 152 runs in 5 matches, 8 innings played at an average of 19. So he has some work to do here for the Red Force team. He didn't, get contracted in the CPL as well. So he's here now for the Super 50 Cup, and he'd want to make amends.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed has been one of those players, sort of hot and cold. When he's had his patches, he's been brilliant.
Yeah, he's that type of player. This one worked down to that fielder at wide third man. And just a lone boundary and a single in the over. 5 runs coming off it. It's 41 for 1 after 9 here at the BLCA.
Jason Mohammed, 36 years old. Don't you think it's an opportunity, as we discussed earlier, Visham Nalman, to give maybe a younger Trinidadian player a chance, because he's 36 years old. You would have to say he's in the twilight of his career. I don't know how long he can hold off for. He still looks very fit. But again, isn't this an opportunity to blood a new young player, as opposed to just holding on to these elder statesmen?
I think, he still has some playing time left in him. And with him playing, he could lend some experience to some youngsters. You are right about the youngsters. Yes, you want to see youngsters being added to the setup. But Jason Mohammed is someone you can really utilize as a player. And when you utilize players like these, you just gain the knowledge and the experience from these players. Because if you want to develop youngsters, Andrew Chan, you want to push them forward, you want to have that mixture of youth and seniority. That's what you want. Jason Mohammed, you can never forget, in the last Super 50 Cup in the 2020-2021 season, he would have been the leading run scorer with 327 runs, a high score of 122 at an average of 81.75. That was some season for him. in the moment, Romario Greaves keeping things tight and keeping that man Mohammed quiet.
But as you can see, you mentioned his stats, the very impressive stats in that series, but given chances to follow up against Sri Lanka, Australia, and Bangladesh, you really didn't take those chances at all.
Yeah, certainly, Andrew. You hit the nail on the head there. He didn't take the chances, and you said he's someone who plays in patches, and he has his times. He has his good times, and he has his bad times, like everyone, you know.
And this is sort of my point, Visham. After this delivery, so we see those fellows who are getting on a little bit, but they're consistent performers. A gentleman like Imran Khan, you always know what you're going to get from him. If Jason Mohammed is not playing as well as he should, it doesn't mean that he can't be dropped. It doesn't mean that he says, hey.
Exactly, yeah.
You know, so let's just give another 19-year-old, one of those 19-year-olds who's shone, you know, in the under-19 tournament that we had recently.
Yeah, that's a good point, Andrew. So that's a good shot as well there from Mohammed, but
and again, we're developing that B team. Where is that B team? Where are the players? Where are the fellows who are going to challenge these? And it shouldn't just be like, okay, Jason Mohammed is out, so we bring in someone new. No, somebody has to be challenging Jason Mohammed. Somebody has to be challenging to push for that higher level.
Here's Greaves.
I think it's a little bit different for a player of the caliber. At the end of that over, 41 for 1, progressing quite well after 10 overs.
Yeah, at the end of 10, it's 41 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force needing 79 more runs for victory. The batsman to fall, Joshua De Silva for 18. Otley, he's on 18 at the moment. Mohammed, he's on 5. Greaves has just completed his second over for 4. The lone wicket taker for the CCC is Matthew Ford, picking up that wicket of De Silva. Comprehensively bowled, beaten outside the off stump. At the end of 10, we'll have a double change in the commentary box. It's going to be Mr. Vinod Mamchan and Anil Lakan, and they would come in shortly.
As they slightly delayed, I can make my point.
Yeah, sure.
So the players like Josh De Silva, Jaden Seals, Nicholas Puran, who are the pinnacle of their career, the creme de la of the West Indies. Yes, they play these games and whatever, but it's a situation of fellows like Jason Mohammed who are hanging around a little bit, maybe just taking up a space, and coming towards the end of their career, they should be blooding new players alongside them. There's another change in bowling here, and it's going to be pace, it looks like. It's not Romario Greaves. So Mari Goodridge coming in here. So another pace option coming up here for the CCC. Goodridge with his first delivery to Otley. And stuck him up a little bit. Otley just turning it out into the leg side as we welcome Vinod Mamchan and Anil Lakan to the commentary position.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. Andrew has been working very hard today, and now he might want to put his foot up. The score at the moment is 42 for 1 after 10. And what you saw just now, there was a slower ball bumper from Goodridge. Here he is again. Short and wide. Cracked away for 4. Bad delivery as I welcome Coach Anil Lakan.
Pleasant good evening, Vinod. So Goodridge paying the price for going short and wide outside the line of the off stump. Otley climbing into that delivery, hitting it over extra cover for a boundary.
Well, as I said earlier, that area is vacant. There's no one there. It's like an NJAC political meeting, Anil.
Well, I've never been
Have
to
you
an
ever been to
NJAC
one?
meeting, neither a political meeting, so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Goodrich catches the joke, so he pulls out. I'll say good evening to a good friend of mine, John Chidi, manager of South Zone on the 19 cricket team. Man,
Would Liam be able to play on the 19 next year, Vinod?
Yes, now with all the changes, they have now changed the rules, and it will be Everything should get confirmed pretty soon, where players at the age of 90, that's a quick single taken, and he is home. Players who are now 19 can play in 19 plus regional tournament.
Well, that's an excellent move from CWI in terms of the development of the talent between 17 to the age of 23.
Which means John Chady, who was South under 19 manager, did a fantastic job, treated everyone fairly and equally, and did a lot for the development of those youngsters. He gets another opportunity to do it again.
Well, John Trady, you do have a lot of responsibilities to fulfill at the under 19 level.
As well as you, Anil Lakan. I see you in your Red Force outfit. Pulled away, down behind square. That's 4. The line was the issue on that occasion.
So a very poor delivery from Goodrich, short and angling down the leg side. Jason Mohammed just pivoted and caressed that ball through backward a square, and it races along to the boundary for 4 runs.
That brings up the 50, 51 for 1. Red Force well on their way here to register a victory. Guyana, Harpy Eagles losing today to the Windward Islands.
Well, having looked at the Windward Islands practice game against Trinidad and Tobago, even though they had lost, but they were very competitive during the entire course of the game. That young man, Alec Atenez, he's in the form of his life, having scored 120 against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in that game.
Goodrich, better. That's back of a length.
So this surface definitely provides some assistance to the new ball bowlers. But when you assess things, Vinod, it does not last very long, because I think when you look at what happens with the fast bowlers, the ball tends to go very soft quickly. So that brings the spinners immediately into play.
Goodrich. Again the line. 2 fielders converge. Only 1 this time. Previous 2 deliveries, the one that went for 4, the backward square was a lot squarer.
And having looked at that field, Vinod, it's clear to me that there's a plan to Jason Mohammed. There's the fine leg and the deep backward square. So they're asking Goodrich to really pound that ball into the surface, use the surface as much as possible during the early exchanges. Let
me say good evening to the former Comptroller of Customs here in Trinidad and Tobago, Venerable Amar Samaru, who is now with the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, has done a fantastic job. And he always pays us these courtesy visits. I haven't seen him in a while, so I thought that he was in Australia for the World Cup, but he's here with us, and it's always a pleasure having him around. 52 for 1. All the boys were asking for him just today. Ronnie Bikram Das, head of our production team, was asking for Amar Samaru today.
So I'd like to say a special good afternoon to Mr. Samaru.
Well, immediately after Ronnie asked for him, Jason Prasad, who was next to you there, Anil, picked him out on the camera in the corporate box of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, in the heights of the corporate box.
What a wonderful place to be, Mr. Samaru.
Well, Mr. Samaru is accustomed to these things, Anil. So you're not missing any cricket at the moment. It's 52 for 1. And pretty soon we'll be seeing Mr. Samaru again as Dream 11 comes a-calling in Trinidad and Tobago. And that starts on the 21st of November. Played away on the onside. Cricket 360 has investments in 2 franchises. 2, Anil. Dogiram Lakan.
Well, that's good news.
And he rubs his belly. Whipped away through mid-wicket. That's 1 more.
So excellent batting power play from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, getting to 50 with just the loss of Joshua De Silva. Beaten neck and crop by an excellent delivery from Matthew Ford.
Ford has really had a good game. There is something with that young player. I looked at him, I like him. .53 for 1. This is the 12th over in progress. Otley is on 23, Mohammed on 11. And the Graves, who hasn't done badly, his third over, none for 6. After the over.
Well, looking at the CCC team, they have in their ranks 3 off spinners, and the Trinidad and Tobago batting unit, in the first 7 batters you have 5 left-hand batters. So I'm sure that the think tank would have taken that into consideration as well.
Yeah, and it magnifies the role of Jason Mohammed, being a right-hander up there, looking to bat through.
So Jason has been very prolific in the previous editions of the 50 over contest, and he will want to continue in that rich vein of form.
Driving.
So having looked at the first half of the innings, Vinod, would you assess with our assessment? Do you think that it's a bit too much in favor of the spinners?
The spinners are getting assistance. I would agree with that. They're getting turn, they're getting grip, but it's slow turn. And I think if you equip yourself well, you should be able to negotiate the spinners on this track. Sunil Narine is a special talent, as we all know. So that's difficult in itself. But you can't play millionaire shots like the CCC guys played and expect to prosper out there.
Well, when you look at the likes of Kirsten Kalicharan, Jaden Seals was on a roll. He was bowling very quickly, and he was getting that ball to shape away, but he was also bowling some potent short deliveries, and one would have thought that his role opening the batting for CCC would have been one that they were hoping that he would be able to bat deep into the innings, and taking on the short delivery. I thought at that stage of the innings was ill-advised.
Yeah, I think rash shot by Kali, and that was not expected from him at that point in time. Just a lapse in concentration, and as a batsman, a slight lapse in concentration can end your innings. If you're a bowler, you can still come back and correct a delivery. As a batsman, you cannot correct a shot that leads to your dismissal.
But when you look at the likes of Drakes and Ford, how they assess the conditions and batted, they really showed the top batters how to really adjust themselves and play situational cricket.
And that is what they were not doing. They were not playing situational cricket. Had they looked up at the scoreboard and play according to that, I don't think you would have seen a reverse sweep against Sunil Narine with the score 62 for 4.
Well, I think most of those sweep shots, I almost could predict that most of them, they were...
Oh, that's the shot of the day. Lovely shot through the offside by Otley. Overpitched, and all he had to do was carry his hands through the shot.
Kean Otley, what a talent, Vinod. Pitched up delivery, half volley on off stump. He just extended those arms and trashed that ball through that extra cover region. Not a man move as it whistled down to the boundary line.
So it's 58 for 1 now. Going down the leg side clearly.
A very ambitious appeal from Goodrich. That ball is definitely tailing down the leg side. I'm sure Otley must have said to himself that he missed out on this occasion.
Yeah, committing too early to the shot there, Otley. And going across the line. And he plays a bit later. It would have been different. Driving. He takes the edge. Not out, says the umpire. Goodrich tries. Well, He's going towards square leg to see if the catch had carried. So the decision is still pending. Let's wait on the standing umpire. You look at Otley. So the discussion tells me that the umpire thinks it was an edge.
But it's surprising to me that he went to the square leg umpire, because the ball definitely went into the mitt of the wicket keeper.
Well, he comes back and Otley lives to fight another day. That's puzzling.
It is very, very puzzling. Let's have a look at it again. Yorker length delivery. Otley going for that booming drive. The ball was taken cleanly by the wicket keeper.
The mere fact that Otley looked back immediately, normally it's a sign.
Yeah, most of the times when the batters edge, they have a tendency to just look back to see where the ball finished.
It's flailing the bat at that one, nowhere close to it. Should have been back and across, looking to crash it through the offside.
I'm just thinking at this stage here of Otley's innings, Vinod, that he's possibly just losing a bit of concentration, because he's no longer, the legs are no longer moving, so he's just trusting his eyes and his hand coordination to get the ball away.
So at the end of this over, we'll just get a few words from TTCB official Amar Samaru. Ronnie Bikram Das has been hounding me down for the entire day to hear from his good friend Amar. And Amar normally brings all the information from TTCB for us. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening, Vinod. It's also a great pleasure for me to reconnect with my old colleagues of Cricket 360. And it is also an honor for me to be under the training of the venerable Mr. Vinod Mamchan, international cricket commentator, widely accepted as an expert in the cricketing world, as somebody, who knows the game and who knows what cricket commentary is about. So it's a great honor for me to be trained under Mr. Vinod Mamchan. So here we are at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Toruba, South Trinidad. The first match of this zone, we played at this.
Zone A?
Yeah. As we see that Greaves is continuing from the southern end.
As you look out there with the lights in full effect now, it's very picturesque. It's a lovely facility, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
One thing I can say also, Mr. Mamchan, is that you would recall that the Indian cricket team played one match, a T20 match, at this very stadium.
Yes.
And they were in very high praises for this ground. In fact, they said that when they are coming to the Caribbean, they would like to play in this ground.
Wow.
The dressing rooms are very large, and the ground is very nice. So they fell in love with, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Well, that's wonderful news indeed. It's a modern facility here. And I think what would have helped was the fact that they would have played in front of a packed house.
A packed house.
Yeah, there was hardly any room for anyone in here.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, two mosquitoes were coming down close to the stadium and had to turn back.
Plus it was packed. And they got a good reception, We Trinis are very hospitable.
Yes, and our West Indies team as well. India won the game.
Yes, India won the game. And we had no quarrels. That is the game.
Well, we are people like that. You know that. Caribbean people.
Yeah.
They play hard. They go support their team hard. And at the end of the day, you can always see fans who are supporting opposing teams, having some refreshments at the end of the day.
Together.
And yes, it's having a good time.
Yes.
That's the Caribbean for you. I remembered during the 2019 World Cup, I was covering the World Cup in Dubai, and I was doing the Pakistan-Afghanistan match at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. And there was a riot outside. The Afghan fans were really, really making a scene outside the stadium. I had a friend who had flown from Orlando to be at that game, originally from Pakistan, Sami Siddiq, and he was coming through, and he was trampled upon. People died, but luckily he got away and was able to get into the stadium. At the end of the game, I saw him in woman's shoe, and I asked him, what is this about? He said whilst he was trampled upon, he could not find his shoe. When he went back at the innings break, all he saw was women's shoes, so he took a pair. But you will never find that here in the Caribbean.
You will never find that. We are very peaceful. We are kind people. We are loving. We even love the opponents to a certain extent.
I wish we didn't love them so much.
Yeah. As the game continues here.
59 for 1 after 14.
Overs. Yes. Otley is on 29, not out, and Jason Mohammed is on 11.
So Mohammed,
not out.
A veteran on the Trinidad Tobago cricket team. He has been around as long as the crest on that helmet.
Yes, and Mohammed is an accomplished player, having led the West Indies senior cricket team to Bangladesh.
A great servant of West Indies cricket and Trinidad Tobago's cricket. What I like about Jason Mohammed, he always makes himself available to play.
Yes, because he played in our 2 T10 tournaments right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Well, a little birdie whispered to me that the third one is coming up.
Yes, the third one is in the planning stages, and very likely it will come off with 6 teams.
Yes, 6 franchises. So we are all waiting on that.
Yes, and we would generally cover a period of 17 days.
Wow.
One thing I can say, and I've received some reviews from my colleagues in New Jersey and in the Caribbean.
Short! Pulled away! Lovely. A bounce down there for Ali, and all he can get is 1. Yes?
Yes. My colleagues from abroad, are very impressed with the quality of the broadcasts from Cricket 360. In fact, they look forward, to these games being televised and streamed by Cricket 360.
Well, we want to thank them for that. And that Dream 11 really catches the attention of many fans across the world.
Yes, including India. There's a huge following in India. Yeah. As the game continues, as we see Ali, starts his first over, and has completed 4 balls for 4 runs. As he continues.
Oh, that's a bad delivery. Short and wide.
Wide. Extremely wide of the off stump.
So Mohammed, first game, he's on 13, Otley 31. And just a small matter of just over 50 required. I think they'll be looking to get home without losing their wicket. Get a good start in this tournament. Crash their way through the offside. Mohammed has enough room to come back for 2.
For 2. So Mohammed moves to 15 runs, not out. And also, it is looking a little dark on the eastern side. So probably, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Well, it's Christmas time. And around this time, it gets dark pretty soon. So it's the end of the over. At the end of it, the latest score after 15, 66 for 1. Amar, we want to thank you for sharing a few thoughts with us here this evening.
And thank you very much. And once the time is available, I say it's always a great pleasure, to be part of the Cricket 360 family.
Excellent.
I thank you very much.
Wonderful
Thank
indeed. And your good friend Anil Lakan comes a-calling. The score is 66 for 1 after 15 overs. Trinidad and Tobago on course here for victory, Anil.
Yeah, they seems to be doing all the right things at the moment. Ticking all the boxes is Otley and Mohammed, and Jason Mohammed and Kean Otley. They've assessed the situation really well in terms of there's no need to go hell for leather. And at this stage, the CCC, they were 52 for 4, really struggling at the 15 over mark, Vinod.
So TNT just looking to get off the mark in this tournament. Group A. Remember the last time that this tournament was played, it was played entirely in Antigua, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force won the title, playing unbeaten for the entirety of it.
And I'm sure Coach David Furlong and the entire staff attached to the Red Force, they will want this team to continue in that same vein, Vinod.
Furlong has worked very hard with his team, and of course having fellas like David Williams around, Anil Lakan, all these guys assisting Kelvin Williams.
Gibran Mohammed has been doing a fantastic job as well.
Oh, Gibran Mohammed is in the mix now. Naprima College coach. Push back on the offside.
So Graves into a very tidy spell at this time. Only conceded a meager 7 runs from 4.2 overs. But what he has not done really is ask a lot of questions of the batters.
Crashed away. No run.
But defending a paltry score of 120, Vinod, CCC will want to make some inroads into this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting lineup sooner than later.
So it's going to be Reeves to continue. He has bowled well. He's in his 5th over, has conceded just 7, but he wants something in the wickets column to put TNT under pressure. At the moment, at this point in time, they're just moseying along with no real issues.
Well, the bowling has not been very challenging, to say the least, Vinod. So it has given the opportunity to both Otley and Jason Mohammed to really play themselves, assess the conditions out there, and they're really batting what in terms of what is required to take Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team over the line.
The students are out there, and I think this is a lesson for them. Look at Jason Mohammed. He's playing situational cricket. The required rate is not 10 and over. Why go after deliveries that he does not have to? This is a tournament, the first game, and I mean this in a very respectful way. He's having a net. So it puts him in good stead moving further along in the tournament.
Well, I'm sure both Otley and Mohammed and whoever has the opportunity to get a hit out in the middle, they will want to take some time out in the middle, because as you know, Vinod, it doesn't get any easier going forward. As the tournament grows, the competitiveness, the teams will be better matched, they're going to be better aligned in terms of their composition. So at this stage, really, is to really set yourself away from the rest. And as you was alluding to earlier, net run rate always plays a part, especially with the weather conditions in Trinidad being as is.
Yeah, the weather conditions, yeah. Has been unpredictable. I mean, we're in the rainy season, you're expecting rain, but then all of a sudden, you get up one morning, the sun is hot, and all of a sudden, the rain comes, and you have to seek shelter and cover. And, Anil Amar Samaru was saying that the Indians thought very highly of the Brandon Cricket Academy. I'm not surprised.
Well, the BLCA is a world-class facility, Vinod. You know that.
I want to say happy belated birthday to Harish Raghunath, who is the manager here of this stadium. He's done a fantastic job, and he continues to make Trinidad and Tobago proud with what he produces here.
Well, I must admit that the surfaces, that's been prepared here is of the highest standard.
Ali tossing this one up tantalizingly, and Otley has just seemed to cool off a bit, I think, and this is the experience of Jason Mohammed. A while ago, Otley was struggling, playing at deliveries that were far away from him, not getting in line, not getting even close to it. All of a sudden, Mohammed started to farm the strike. Just take him off the firing line, cool him down. And this is the beauty and the experience of a guy like Jason Mohammed and the value he brings to this team.
And that's experience playing at the international level, playing at the regional level, these are lessons that these youngsters who are attached to the CCC, I'm sure they would have learned a lot during his stay at the crease.
And they should. This should be a good examination for young Ali as well. And they must leave this game, although they batted badly, learning something, all the better for it. Oh, that's 4. No one is home. Badly lined there by Ali and into the boundary for 4. Lovely shot there by Otley.
Otley executing that sweep shot to perfection there. Badly lined delivery on leg stump, angling down the leg side. Otley just plays it really neatly down through that backward square position, and it raced along this wonderful outfield here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for a boundary.
Well, Anil, you would have seen that India game, and were you here or did you see it on the telly?
No, I saw it on the telly.
Because they tell me that you fell asleep that morning.
I did.
You were waking very late looking at that Indian movie, Kabhi Kabhi. You fell asleep and all you saw was Kabhi.
So it's the drinks break here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The score at this stage, Trinidad and Tobago just needed another 45 runs for victory here, Vinod. They're presently well placed at 75 for 1.
119, remember, CCC made. 38 to Drake, 37 to Ford. Richards 14. McCarthy 6. Sunil, the King Narine, 2 for 21. Akil Hussain 4 for 38. Jaden Seals was brutally impressive, 2 for 1. And Shannon Gabriel 1 for 18. Trinidad and Tobago at the moment 75 for 1. And they've taken a mini break out there with Otley on 39. The Silver had 17 and Mohammed on 16 not out. 45 required of 198 balls. You'll get that in your sleep, Anil.
Well, at this stage it seems a cakewalk, but all it takes, Vinod, is 2 or 3 quick wickets in the piece, and then 75 for 5, and then the whole complexion of the game takes a different spin. So I'm sure that Coach David Furlong and his think tank, the entire think tank, will be echoing into the ears of the batters. Do not become complacent at any point in time. And more importantly, the batters who are out there, they are set. And they have to take the responsibility, Vinod, to ensure that they take Trinidad and Tobago Red Force across the line.
And at this point in time, it's really, you say it's a cakewalk. I think it's even easier than that. 45 of 198 balls. And of course the bowlers putting Trinidad and Tobago in this position at this point in time so that the batters can actually, as I said before, they're having a net.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you look at the likes of Jaden Seals, recently he had an injury, and to see him come back here today and really make a statement in terms of the manner, the hostility in which that spell was very hostile indeed, and he was asking numerous questions of these batters. And I'm sure, no disrespect to the CCC batters, but even players who are at the international level of Vinod would have been tested today.
Yeah, I want to agree with you. I saw that spell early on today and he was extremely quick. And it's good to see him come back, stretch out. And, you know, I was saying that I thought Skipper Puran should have brought him back just to hasten the end. Probably knowing now what you said, with him coming back from an injury, I thought it was a prudent move not to have him back into the attack.
Yeah, and these guys, during their rehabilitation, if I may say so, you know, they are asked to bowl a certain amount of balls to, in that build-up to getting back up to full speed. So I'm sure that Jaden, you know, would have had his work cut out from his trainers and the medical staff as to how much he can extend himself and what quota of overs, you know, they would have liked him to be involved with.
So Ramdin, let's issuing some instructions to his young team. Ramdin recently returned from India, where he played in a series across there. Wealth of knowledge. It's so good to see him with these young players, and it was a very good move by CWI to have him appointed captain of this team. Keon Otley at the top of the charts there at the moment for Trinidad and Tobago.
So Dinesh Ramden, he doesn't only just bring the experience of the game, Vinod, but his knowledge in terms of how to get the best out of these youngsters will also be on show as well, in nurturing them in terms of how they go about executing their various skill sets.
Oh, that's a lovely shot through the offside. It's going to bring 4.
Well, that's, if you ask me, Vino, that's a majestic square drive there from Keon Otley. That had 4 written all over from the moment it left the blade.
So it was really a superb shot. And he's really prospered through the offside. Just allowing the ball to come on to him. Head right over it, playing it through the offside. All he had to do was to pick his spot.
And it shows how good the surface is as well, Vidun. Having the luxury of playing through the line of the delivery as well.
I want to thank CG United. And of course Betway for sponsoring this series. Another cracking shot through the offside for 4 ball.
So Greaves definitely disturbed by that glorious cover drive, trying to overcompensate by pulling the length back. Keon Otley just rocked onto the back foot. And look at it again. Caressed that ball through the offside for another boundary. That takes him on to 47, Vinod.
This is just 3 shy of a half century. Down the leg side.
Very ambitious LBW appeal from Greaves. Keon Otley definitely missed out there as well. But how well he's played in this innings, Vinod, has been very impressive indeed. He had his moments when he was losing a bit of concentration, but with the likes of Jason Mohammed on the other side, you know, that put that side of it to bed. So another single to Keon Otley. That takes him on to 48. It brings the evergreen Jason Mohammed back on strike. But if there is anything from this CCC, from this game that the CCC can take from, what is going to be, Vinod?
I think what they have to look at is the way they got dismissed. It was nothing spectacular by the Trinidad Tobago bowlers. They did the basics right. They put the ball in the right areas, and this allowed the CCC guys to make the errors.
Well, I tell you what, I had a conversation this morning with the Trinidad Tobago Red Force captain Nick Puran, and he was saying to me, Dungi, at the international level, what we focus on is the 5-meter length, whether it be the seamers or the spinners. What you do from there is you do your variation, you use your different angles. But in terms of experimenting, you don't experiment. 5 meters is where you want to land, and you can do your variation, change your angles.
Is it 5 meters? I have 2 questions for you. The first question, is it 5 meters from the popping crease or 5 meters from where the batsman is standing?
5 meters from the batting crease.
Okay. And second question. So your name is Dungi?
Yes.
Okay. 85 for 1.
Now that 5 meter length, Vinod, what that length presents is that in between where the batters are not sure if to go back or to come forward.
It's a back of a length. Normally those lengths you're better served going back. But, you know, the ball could keep low and could disturb you.
And you look at the way the guys play in the subcontinent, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and you would see that they have a bias for staying back when playing against spinners.
This is good bowling here by Ali. In the midst of all the good batting by Trinidad Tobago and the poor batting by the CCC.
Ali's from Trinidad.
Yep. Tell us a bit about him.
Well, he's an off spinner, but he does have in his armory the doosera, the ball that leaves the right hander.
Well, I saw that previous delivery, well, 2 deliveries ago, with the ball drifting away from the left-hander.
So that's his main strength. I'm sure as he continues to develop and play at this level, he's only going to get better and better, Venus. And you never know, he could be part of the Red Force unit at some stage later on in his career.
Is Ali a Southerner or is he from Port of Spain?
I think he lives in Central. I'm
Central.
not too sure.
End of the over. At the end of Ali's third over, Trinidad Tobago 86 for 1 after 19, chasing 120.
Kean Otley is just one away from a splendid half century here. And how much that is going to do his confidence. I'm sure that is going to, really, really take his confidence up to another level going into the other games, Vinod. It's going to do him a world of good. Spending some time out into the middle, more importantly, getting to that coveted half century.
I always thought Keon Otley was a special talent. He's a man who on his day could destroy a bowling attack. I've seen it. And this half century, I want to totally agree with you. And this will put him in good stead moving further in the tournament. And he's going to get it there now. Otley is going to raise his bat for a well-played half century, the Central Sports player. And
many congratulations to Kean Otley on that wonderful half century. You look at the poise in which he has played, and to me what's most impressive about his batting is his balance in terms of how he executes going back or coming onto the front foot. And you look at that cover drive that he executed. You would pay your money, come to the turnstile, turn back, and then pay again and come in. It was worth every penny.
Yes. He's played well. He's lit up the place. During the first innings, I was downstairs, and you were just not getting the vibe that Trinidad was playing a match. What he has done, he has brought the crowd to life downstairs.
He's definitely brought the crowd to life.
And the 4 men in the TTCB hospitality suite, they have come to life.
They must be having a wonderful time.
Yeah.
Are you going to be joining the executive soon?
No, definitely not. You look at some of the guys there.
Are we seeing Jason Mohammed, father?
Nazruddin pushed away down to backward point.
So Greaves continue.
Very good delivery. Right on spot. All Otley can do is come forward and play it away the point. So one delivery to go. So that's the end of the over, the end of 20. The latest score here at the Branagh Cricket Academy. TNT Red Force are 88 for 1. Remember, they're chasing 120. And I'm going to leave you, Anil, in the very capable hands of Mr. Andrew Chan.
So we're looking at the coaching staff there of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. Mr. Kelvin Williams, Mr. David Williams. They are in their element. Enjoying. I'd like to say a pleasant good night to Andrew Chan.
Good night, Coach, and good night once again to all our viewers tuning in for the tail end of this conversation, where it's been a dominating Red Force performance so far. Jason Mohammed hooking that one into the mid-wicket region for a long single. Kean Otley, a 50, well played 50 from him.
Excellent innings from Kean Otley, and that would have done his confidence the world of good. But more importantly for Trinidad Tobago Red Force, this partnership has progressed to 57 runs, and that in itself has been very impressive indeed.
And thank you for that comparison, Ronnie. As you can see at this stage, the combined campuses and colleges were just about the same run, 77, but 6 wickets down. So it's a big difference in a big gap
in
Yeah,
between these two teams.
Yeah, they were tottering at that stage, Andrew Chan.
Otley pulls this one down to mid off, long off for a single.
But what would be really
Long on,
impressive, Chan, if these two batters, both Otley and Jason Mohammed, were to take Trinidad and Tobago to that total of 120 that's required for victory without any further loss. It would be a comprehensive victory indeed.
Watch this delivery here, and Mohammed is back and cutting. Didn't get that one behind the fielder at square. It's a good return there.
So this
Do you think Josh De Silva will be disappointed at having been out so early, seeing the fairly even nature of this pitch and the combined campuses and colleges bowlers not offering that much?
Well, I don't think Joshua would be disappointed. If you ask me, I honestly thought that he got a Jaffa. Most batters would have struggled to keep that ball out. So, in the context of what was delivered to Joshua De Silva, on any day, any batsman could have been dislodged with that delivery. It pitched on, and it just left him at the last moment.
Credit to this man batting here now. He's played well for his 50 as he carves this one wide of long on and will get that for 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot there from the man. Wide of long off, that should be Keon Otley. Wide of the man of long off, just stepping back and carving that one straight through. Full flow of the bat here. Anila can talk us through the shot.
Yeah, so Ali short and wide. Otley, being in the sublime form that he is at the moment, just rocked onto the back foot and bisected extra cover to his right and backward point to his left, and it raced into the boundary for 4 runs. That takes Keon Otley on to 55, and more importantly, it takes Trinidad and Tobago Red Force within striking distance of that 120 required for victory.
I think this partnership as well, Anila, can also illustrates the point that you were making about having the experienced campaigner in Jason Mohammed on one end. Keon Otley is not inexperienced by any means, but of course the experience of Jason Mohammed having played at the international level will be very valuable at this stage.
And I tell you, a lot of batters struggle when they are batting for more than one reason or reasons. And with the likes of Jason Mohammed out in the middle, Andrew Chan, Otley has, not only his experience, but, they are trusted, each other in terms of playing with each other. So whatever advice is ushered to Otley, it would be taken in good stead.
And of course, you can see from the scorecard that Mohammed has played a supportive role in this partnership. 20 of 37, Otley 55 of 66.
But what's important as well, Andrew Chan, going further into the tournament, it's important that you get a lot of time out into the middle, batting balls. And I think this is what Jason and Otley has done really well. They have taken the opportunity, to bat a lot of balls out in the middle.
Graves has been impressive, none for 20 of 7.2 overs, and I believe he's bowled a number of maidens as well, 2 maidens as well. So it shows that he is capable of holding down an end in terms of what combined campuses and colleges would want from him.
Well, at this stage of the game, Andrew Chan, he's not really challenging the batters, and the batters are in no hurry to take him on as well, because the run rate is not hovering around 9 or 10 or 11 or over, where they have to go hell for leather. So that has given the batters, a bit of cushion in the manner in which they have approached their innings.
But still none for 20 of close to 8 overs. There's still good returns, however, this stage, especially when the team is in the ascendancy. One last delivery left in this over. Red Force hovering at 96 for 1. 24 runs required left for victory here as Mohammed aims a drive through extra cover. Doesn't get clean connection with it. And that's the end of the over. 96 for 1 after 22 overs. Coach Lakan, as I have you here, a partner messaged me on social media, and he said he wants me to ask about the use of statistics and data and those sort of trends in analysis. Is it something that you accept as part of your coaching and
It is very, very, very accepted, and I'll tell you why. Nothing beats history. And once you have data and you have footage, that makes your work a lot easier. Where you could zoning on doing specific work where that player may have a deficiency in doing whatever he's doing, whether it be fielding, bowling, or batting. So you're able to really analyze what is taking place, because at this level and the higher level, it's not much that you do wrong for you to struggle.
Isaiah Ali continues, none for 23 or 4.1.
If you look at the World Cup that's going on right now, you would have seen that the coaches, they are giving specific instructions to the players as to how to execute.
Another pleasant extra cover drive by Otley. Won't quite get to the boundary. They'll be pushing for two. Jason Mohammed will have to rush, but he was in quite safely. Good fielding there by Ali, collecting the ball in front of the stumps and then flicking it back. But Jason Mohammed very swift between the wickets.
Oh yes, he is indeed a very fit man indeed. Jason Mohammed works very hard on his fitness.
Belying his 36 years of age. Ali to continue. Another firm push there by Otley down to long off for a single.
And this surface is showing us, Andrew Chan, that if you're willing to really graph and stick it out, there's runs to be scored. But you must do the hard miles in terms of settling yourself, getting the pace of the pitch, and doing that early assessment as to how you're going to progress through your innings.
I'll ask you to go more into the data and analysis after this delivery, because I want to know specifically what you'd be looking for as this delivery from Ali is played back up to the pitch.
Alright, so from a batting perspective, sometimes your bat might not be coming long straight. You may not figure it out, but if you have data and you could access that data, then you could do that analyzation of what is happening.
Smack through the extra cover region there, down to long off for another single there by Mohammed.
Then let's take the wicket.
That ends the 23rd over as the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bring up their 100 for one of 23 overs, and just 20 more runs required for victory. Anil Lakan, you were saying?
Yeah, so if we were to just take another example, the wicket keeper, sometimes they're not moving. Their hands are not directly over their eyes. So these are little things that you can pick up when you have footages, that you could reflect back what they were doing before, what they are doing now. And these things do creep in from time to time during players' careers. And sometimes they have to make little subtle adjustments as well in order to keep improving as well. So if a player starts at this stage, you want to assess that player over a period of time, then footages, will play an important part in your analyzation of that player development.
Xavier Burton seems to be coming on to twirl his arm over.
But we are very blessed here today, Andrew Chan, with lovely weather here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy.
And one is cracked again into the extra cover region, and the fielder made a half stop, but Mohammed is still able to trot back for a comfortable two. In terms of the data and analysis now, Anil, if a batsman, for example, is very good at the cut shot, how does the data and analysis assist him in widening his scoring shot?
Well, based on his wagon wheel, right? That will give you an assessment of where he's scoring, where his strong areas there, where his weak areas there, or where areas that he needs to improve.
Another cut by Jason, but that's straight into the cover region, and he's gifted his wicket there. Very late stage in the game. Unfortunate for Jason Mohammed, cut straight into the cover fielder. And it's simple catch in the end here as we look at the replay. Unfortunate end to Mohammed's excellent innings.
So Jason Mohammed would be a very disappointed man, having done all the hard miles, batting 45 deliveries for his 23, and really roller coasting to victory here. That was something that was not expected. But he perishes, cutting that ball straight to cover point, and that's going to bring out
Darren Bravo. So a little cameo here by Lil B. There's 18 runs required for victory here. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago definitely in the ascendancy here. Andrew Chan ticking all the boxes here today, and it will be a welcome victory for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as well, giving them that confidence, to continue that unbeaten run that they started last year, going unbeaten through 2021, having won the tournament here. This victory is definitely going to put them in good stead going deeper into this tournament.
Jason Mohammed is the man out for 23, just to let you know. There's a little bit of a faux pas in our scorecard there, which Mr. Ronnie Bikram does, and Dave Prasad will work assiduously to fix. Keon Otley is still there, not out on 58. Well done to Ronnie and Dave Prasad for correcting that. Darren Bravo facing his first delivery here from Xavier Burton, the part-timer, taking a wicket.
And I'm sure all the other teams that's based in Group B, the Windward Islands, the Guyana Happy Eagles, they'll be looking at this game not only about what transpired, but they would definitely be taking note of Trinidad and Tobago having 5 or 6 left-handers in their batting lineup, and they will definitely be planning, in terms of that situation where we have a galaxy of left-handers.
Bravo gets an outside edge, just will run just to the short third man area. The fielder coming around from the gully area will pick it up, and he will be off the mark.
Darren Bravo is off and running, just allowing that ball to come on to him, playing it as late as he can off the keeper's glove, and it goes down to that third man region for a single. It brings Kean Otley.
Burton continues for the last delivery of the over, and Otley will calmly push that one down to long on, or will they contemplate a second? They do not. Otley retains the strike. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force move on to 104 for 2 after 24 overs. And Anil, we've watched the entire game and we've seen it's been a comprehensive showing by the Red Force. Have you seen any challenges where they have faltered and they could have done a little bit better?
Well, I think kudos to Nicholas Pura, the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He has done extremely well in keeping his charges, especially with the planning and the execution. We could not have asked for anything more. To me, if there is anything that they possibly would be looking at, is possibly, looking at areas that they feel that, they could possibly change a team or something of that sort.
Otley takes 2 after flicking that one to fine leg.
But one has to take into consideration as well. 3 guys from this team is going to be traveling to Australia, so I'm sure with that in mind, they would be looking at how they're going to keep that composition of players and adding other players to the team as well.
I know it's the first game in the tournament. However, I would have liked to see the batters rotate the strike a little bit more and get those singles. I think Otley and De Silva did it pretty well. There was a bit of a slowdown with Mohammed and Otley, but I think that's one thing where they need to maybe work on. That straight back past the bowler. Good attempted dive there by Ali, and Otley will get one to take him up to a well played 62 so far.
So in every dressing room, when it comes to batting around the globe, Andrew Chan, rotation of the strike is always at the forefront of your batting plan. And I'm sure the think tank, they would have discussed how they're going to approach their innings, how the batters are going to approach their innings, and who are the bowlers that they think that they could take on in terms of when they come on. So it's a lot of planning that goes behind, and we have the guy Amrit, who's the analyst. He's charged with the responsibility of providing that kind of analytical information for the think tank of the team.
I just the point I'm trying to make is, when when a batter is in the nets and he'll be like last six deliveries, you have to make 14 runs off the six. In terms of the overall performance of the Trinidad and Tobago team, they could have challenged themselves by setting an internal total. Okay, we have 120 to make. Let's try to get it in 25 overs. You know what I mean? Just to up the challenge a little more, because of course you're going to be facing harder teams in this tournament: Windward Islands Volcanoes, Guyana Harpy Eagles, and as they move further along, and at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 107 for 2. 25 overs gone. They just need 13 runs off 150 balls. So here was a good benchmark or a good starting point for them to try to push and experiment a little bit.
Well, when you look at white ball cricket, Andrew Chan, you've got to take into consideration the format. It's white ball format, but it's 50 over cricket, and 50 over amongst at least 300 balls, and the magnitude at which you score at is depending on the situation of the game. So yes, you would want possibly to see a bit more aggression and so on, but what you also want to see is, the application of these guys. Your main batters spending time out in the middle is very, very important. Getting your top batters, your top order, giving them the opportunity. And a situation like this is ideal for these guys to really take the opportunity and bat a lot of balls, get a feel, get them into that kind of sublime form that will, serve Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in good stead going in the back end of the tournament.
Burton continues to the well set. Keon Otley backed away from that delivery. I don't know if there's some movement from the side screen, from the southern end of the ground. Coach Lacan, I take your point, but after this delivery, I will expound on what I'm trying to get across to you. This one struck well into the cover, but I think it's a perennial problem with West Indies cricket that there's no urgency in terms of getting those singles. Yes, we can hit the big boundaries. Yes, we can do that, but instead of turning 10 runs on over into 14, because we take 4 singles. There's a lovely cut shot here by Otley just in front of square, but he'll only get a single for it as there's a fielder out on the boundary. So that's what I think I would like to see in the regional teams, pushing that sense of urgency, turning every delivery into a single where possible.
Well, I must admit that I cannot agree with you, Andrew Chan, and I'll tell you why. Because different surfaces provide different challenges. Okay, now when you're playing spinners, right, you have to be very adept going forward or moving deep into your crease in order to access the spaces. And coming back to the question that you had asked earlier in terms of analysts and what's the rule of having footages and stuff like that. Yes, you want to rotate as a batter, but remember the think tank of the opposition team, they will have all acreage of footages of where you score. So in order for you to do anything different when you go out in the middle, sometimes that could be a challenge. But I take your point that there possibly needs to be more rotation. Okay, that's always at any level of the game. You want rotation of the strike, but what is possible that around the region, I'm sure that the coaches are coming up with whatever plans, or skill work that's required, and I'm sure that's work in progress. And I am quietly confident that situation is going to continue to improve over a period of time, but it's not going to happen overnight. It's not a situation where you could turn it around overnight.
108 for 2 after 26. Isaiah Ali continuing here. Darren Barrow, 1 of 9 deliveries. For a batsman of his caliber, I feel he could at least be 4 or 5 runs. And I've seen opportunities where he tried to maybe smack one through the covers as opposed to maybe playing with soft hands, touching and going. Things like that. The field is spread far and wide. Combined campuses and colleges don't have a big target, yet they're still maintaining a slip credit to them. So this is the opportunity where you learn, and again, games like this where you have a chance to see.
Again, Chan, is situational cricket. That's not required for him to go there and trash the ball. What's required of him is him to spend as much time out in the middle, get a feel of what's taking place. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago is going to be playing here on Wednesday again, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. So it's important that these guys spend as much time as possible out in the middle. Now, had it been a different opposition or different scoreline, then the planning and the execution would have had to be in line with what was required. At this stage of the innings, there is no need to do anything special.
I agree with you, Anil. It's not that I don't agree with you. I just think there's the opportunity to experiment and to try different things at this stage of the game where you're in a comfortable position. As Bravo goes high and hard with this one, but it's not going to go far, and he's caught very, very easily at the mid-on position, wide mid-on position. Darren Bravo going for a big heave-ho, just 9 runs needed to finish the game, and he didn't make any connection with that one at all, and he's out for just 2 runs.
So just my point, right? Going for that slug sweep, getting a top edge and holding out to mid on. So again, Chan, Darren Bravo trying to express himself here and perished.
We will see a very brief cameo here from the West Indies white ball captain and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force skipper, Nicholas Puran. Just
So
9 runs needed for victory.
It's all about Chan. When you're batting or bowling, it's all about playing to the situation of the game, right? If you're bowling, you want to be bowling on one side of the wicket. Whatever the plan is, whatever the team plan is, you've got to go out there and execute from a batting or bowling perspective. Okay, so it's not us just looking at the game here and saying, well, we think that they should be smashing it to all parts. It's not about that. When the opportunity requires that kind of batting, I'm sure these guys will take the opportunity to express themselves. But at this stage of the game, that is not required whatsoever.
Yeah, most definitely, and he did play across the line of that one as well, Anil. Well, he
didn't play across the line. What he was doing is looking to hoik that ball from outside the line of the off stump. He was looking to take that downtown, and here Nicholas Puran just expressed himself. Same delivery, but different, more.
And that's
potent, more potent.
And that's
strike.
That's what Nicholas Puran is well capable of. Similar delivery, actually, to what Darren Bravo swiped across the line, and then he pulled this one even further wider and sent it over the deep mid-wicket region for, I think this is the first 6 of the game. And he'll turn this one behind square for a single. So just 2 runs needed. Otley on 65 of 79, and Puran will have the strike with just 2 runs needed. 138 balls to get them, and if your maths will have to say you're supporting the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at this stage.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago on the verge of a comprehensive victory here at the Brown Lion Cricket Academy. Unfortunately for CCC, their batting didn't come up trumps today, but I'm quietly confident going deeper into the tournament, this TCC team does have the potential to create upsets. They have shown that in the past, and I'm sure they're going to produce results that does not surprise any one of us here in the combox, Andrew Chan.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how CCC fares throughout the rest of the tournament. They do have some potential, Anilak, and you can see that a couple of the batters got some starts. Their bowlers, I think if their bowlers work as a team as well, they can be very successful. Puran playing this one into the onside region.
When you look at what's transpired, the weather has not been kind at all. These guys are coming from different countries as a unit, and so it's difficult to do a lot of work, when the weather is not very conducive to that, Andrew Chan.
Yeah, Dinesh Ramden, the CCC skipper, would have a lot to think about there.
I think what he's going to express to the youngsters is to keep believing, trust your talent, do the simple things consistently, do the basics consistently.
Delicate touch from Puran there. And it will run very close to the boundary as they come back for 2. And that will be the end of the match, I think it is. We'll just wait for the signal from the umpires. And that is the end of the match. Puran with a delicate glide down to the third man area, wrapping it up with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in this game 2 of the CG United Super 50 Cup. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have won very comfortably by 7 wickets with 133 balls to spare Anil Lakan. It's been a Red Force to contend with through that the CCC have had to play up against.
The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has made an early statement in this tournament that they're not going to be, they're not going to be taking any team lightly, and they have proven today that they're a team with a galaxy of talent. But having said that, Andrew Chan, there are different dynamics that's going to take place in the future, and one of those equations that comes into play would be the replacement of 3 players who are leaving to go to Australia, and they will have to be replaced. How well that blending take place, we'll just have to wait and see. But I'm sure that Coach David Furlong and the entire coaching staff and everyone who is associated with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, kudos to Trinidad and Tobago. Many congratulations to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team for putting on a clinical performance here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Game 3 of the CG United 50-over contest.
It's a gentleman's game, as they say, as we see the 2 teams line up and shake hands. It's always nice to see those pleasantries after the game on Lakan. Yeah. The professionalism associated with the game of cricket.
So, for CCC, Andrew Chan, they would be going back to the drawing board to see what they could do to improve, because the turnaround is very, very quickly indeed when the next game comes around. So there's not much time to really address and correct situations. What you have to basically do is trust your players, trust the talent, trust the process in which and how they prepare for these games, and back them to the hilt.
And your thoughts for man of the match? 2 major contenders: Keon Otley unbeaten on 65, and then of course Akil Hussain taking 4 for 38.
Well, Akil Hussain bowled tremendously well, but with Keon Otley coming not out 65 from 79 deliveries, he really held the innings together. And to me, my man of the match would be Keon Otley, without a doubt.
And that's the final word from Anil Lakan as the West Indies Cricket Board sets up for the presentation party. On behalf of myself, Andrew Chan, Anil Lakan, Vinud Mamchan, Visham Lalman, and for a very short stint, Ronnie Bikramdas, thank you very much for joining 360 TV's presentation of the West Indies Cricket Board's CG United Super 50 2022 match between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And as we leave the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in the dark with the headlights above, Trinidad and Tobago have wrapped up victory by 7 wickets. I'm glad you disagree with me.